along to today's hearing, and we're at day 3 today to listen to our community's views on our long-term plan and budgets and projects over the next 10 years. We've got a couple of councillors online today. Nicole and Sophie are online. Malcolm is an apology for the day, and Megan continues with the apology from earlier. Lydia and Bob, apology for lateness this morning as well. We've got 2 submitters early this morning, and then we have a small break, and then the rest of the day is completely full. So I thank you to the staff who have rearranged and moved the submitters to be able to fit in today, and we'll look to do the same tomorrow and figure out what we might be able to do for Thursday around our timings for the rest of the hearings process. Our first submitter today is Tim Carter. Tim, thanks for coming along. If you want to grab a seat down the end of the room. Councillors, this is on page 7 through 15 of today's booklet. It's submission number 1340. Tim, thank you for your written submission. Great to receive that. Councillors have seen that, and this morning's just a chance for you to expand on anything that you might have already told us and highlight any particular matters that you'd like to raise with us, or bring any new information to our attention. We've got about 7 minutes for the conversation as we stopwatch on the wall over there. But I'll hand the floor to you, and you just press the right-hand button to turn your microphone on. Thanks.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. So I really just want to cover what's in the submission. And there's 3 main points in the submission, and the first one is our Lincoln development, and to do with your Lincoln upgrades, which we're very pleased to see in the long-term plan. In terms of our development, we are proceeding, and we'll make some public announcements soon and some promotion about this, but I suppose this is public. We are starting with our first stage, and that is aiming to be in consent with Selwyn at the end of this week, early next week. It is already in consent with ECAN and has been in consent with ECAN for the last 3 or 4 months. The first stage is a 250 lot subdivision. We are also including the provision for a potential primary school and a commercial area with a supermarket, all of which is permitted under the zoning framework. But the purpose of really letting you know that is, in terms of the Lincoln upgrades, it would be great from our perspective if the Lincoln upgrades occurred hand in glove with the development as it proceeded, to make sure there's no congestion and no pinch points for the existing and future community. And the one that I really wanted to bring attention to is the Springs-Gerard Street intersection. That is currently scheduled, which we're delighted to see it's scheduled for, to have the roundabout upgraded to traffic lights in 2027, 2028. We would ideally submit that should be brought forward as soon as possible, because it is going to be a congestion point as the development proceeds, and without the development proceeding, it's going to be a congestion point. Our traffic modelling shows that the development first stage can proceed without that intersection upgrade occurring, but beyond then, it will start becoming a bit of a constraint on the speed of the development, and consequently the speed that development contributions can be levied and paid for Selwyn Council. So I would have thought financially it makes sense for Selwyn to actually promote that as soon as possible, and you end up getting your development contributions payments sooner as a result. So that was the first one, and I'm happy to take questions after that on that. And then the other one was the Rolleston West rezoning. We still haven't had an official council position on the Rolleston West rezoning. We've been going through, as I'm sure everyone here is aware, a number of plan change processes. And then in the district plan review, Selwyn didn't attend the Rolleston rezoning part of the district plan. They only attended the medium density rezonings, and we weren't part of the medium density rezonings in the end. So we still haven't had a formal council position and view on that, even though we've been going for 3 years. But the one that I was really wanting to bring attention to is in the submission, you'll see that we have shown a outline development plan of Rolleston West rezoning that has gone through the hearing process with NZTA and Ministry of Education and all the parties that participated in the Plan Change 73 process and the District Plan Review. And we show that, in our view, we think there's a traffic solution to try and take some of the traffic congestion away from West Rolleston Primary School. And what we proposed, and it generally had, there was no one in the rezoning process who thought it wasn't a good idea, was to try and make the road from the development, and you'll see we've got the outline development plan in the submission. The road from the Duns Crossing Road roundabout, State Highway 1, instead of joining into Duns Crossing Road, actually having a spine road through our development and through some land that we don't currently own, and having all the traffic from that State Highway access flow through our development rather than flow down Duns Crossing Road. It's something that we have recently met with the West Rolleston Primary School, and they weren't aware of this, I don't believe, from the ministry. And I think the general view, without trying to put words in their mouth, was that they were supportive of this concept. And I just wanted to make sure that councillors had seen that and had considered whether that was a good traffic solution and desirable outcome. And then the final one, and it's one that possibly we're too late to be harping on about, is the overbridge over the State Highway. We are really disappointed with the location of that overbridge. We think it's going to choke the potential growth of Rolleston and Selwyn. The traffic modelling with the straight alignment opposed to the original skewed alignment has a 10% lower traffic capacity, and we're already seeing that now with every application we're putting in the industrial side of Rolleston when traffic assessments are being done, that council is resisting growth over in the industrial side due to the now proposed straight alignment. It's also the thing that concerns me the most is the reason why, and there's been a number of alignments, but the reason why the first 2 original alignments were proposed by Selwyn was to try and get away from the pinch point of funneling traffic over the most dangerous level crossing in the South Island on Hoskins Road. And it seems to be forgotten in this now revised straight alignment that you're going to have a huge amount of traffic from Rolleston Township residential side going over the overbridge, turning right at the traffic lights at the base of the overbridge, turning right at Hoskins Road, and then funneling over the level rail crossing, and you're going to increase the traffic volume going over that. And I thought one of the original objectives of the overbridge was actually to try and avoid potential traffic going over that level crossing, and it just seems to be forgotten. So I'm really surprised that council hasn't advocated strongly not to have the straight alignment due to its steepness, due to the lack of traffic capacity as a main point, and also due to the traffic issue of funneling all the Rolleston residential traffic over this most dangerous level crossing in the South Island. Those are my 3 points.
Tim, thanks you for coming in and highlighting those points to us. Councillors, are there any questions you've got of Tim's submission this morning? Grant.
Tim, I was just interested in the comment that you said that around the straight alignment, particularly that council was constraining growth in I-Port or I-Zone because of that. Could you expand that? I can't see why we would do that. We're wanting to encourage growth.
Traffic capacity is now the biggest issue when you go to get an industrial consent in the industrial side of Rolleston. and it's surprising because it's exactly what the zoning's for, but that it's a traffic volume being able to go through over that overbridge, a straight alignment is there will be a bottleneck. There's going to be a big volume of traffic going over that overbridge to access the two sides of Rolleston. And our modelling shows, and it's been presented, and Andrew Maisie's fully aware of it, that I think from day one when that overbridge opens, it's modelled to have something like 14,000 vehicles per day going over it. And there is a real congestion in the morning and the evening at the base of the overbridge out to the State Highway. At the Hoskins Road, Jones Road intersection, at the traffic lights at the base of the overbridge. And so the only way to alleviate some of that congestion with the straight alignment is to have less growth on the industrial side.
Thanks for that. And Phil?
Have we got time still?
Yep, you can be the last one.
Yep. I just wanted to tease out a little bit further your comment about the West Rolleston Road that you were suggesting.
Yeah.
I guess I'm struggling to see the benefit, because aren't you just pushing the problem down into a more heavily dense residential area? Because PC 73, I presume, is going to be residential.
Yes.
And at the moment, traffic going down Duns Crossing Road is a straight road. You're talking about meandering the big amounts of traffic through those two PC 73 and PC 81 areas. Is that not putting the problem into absorbing the problem yourself?
We are taking some of the problem, you're correct, but in terms of the traffic flows, you then have a number of intersections that you can then access Rolleston Township from, and primarily it would have that spine road through the residential area, but then you'd get a lot of traffic into Lowe's Road and that intersection away from the school. You'd also have some traffic going down Burnham School, which is part of the school, but the main intersection and main traffic flow would be through our development and then down Lowe's Road to access the bulk of the residential area of Rolleston.
That's really interesting, and I'm looking forward to looking into that a wee bit deeper, because, yeah, thanks.
Thanks for coming in this morning and presenting that to us. Council will be considering your presentation and the others over the next few weeks and making final decisions early in July.
Lovely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tim.
Councillors, will adjourn the meeting until 9:30. Lytton isn't here and Anak is the next presenter. Right, welcome back. We'll reconvene the hearing today, and Lloyd Corson is with us. Lloyd, thank you for coming down this morning. Lloyd's got two presentations. The first one's now, and the second one is later this afternoon. The first one's for the RSA, and there's a submission that's been circulated on your desks. For that, Lloyd, we've got a couple of councillors online today. So Sophie and Nicole are joining us from home. We've got a conflict that Shane has raised,
and I've got a conflict
and Deborah
as
just
well.
around their contribution to RSAs, so that they'll stay in the room but sit back from any questions or conversation on this. We've got about 7 minutes for the conversation. There's a big stopwatch on the TV screen there, so we can both keep an eye on it. And you just press the right hand button on the microphone, and then those at home can hear you too. I'll hand the floor to you. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Sam. For those who don't know me, my name's Lloyd Corson. I'm the president of the Osborne Return Services Association based at Leaston. We have a plot of land which is on the corner of Leaston and Lake Road and High Street, which adjoins Leaston Park, and it's a near neighbour to Whanarau. What we're asking is that we've had no communication from council, re to Whanarau, to the RSA, except for an early meeting from Douglas Marshall about 3 years ago. So all we're doing is saying, look, come and talk to us. We've been going for 106 years. We've been on that site for 70 years. So we have been there a while, so you can't miss us. But we also, something slightly unusual is that we have a council car park and a council public toilet on our land. We're not saying we don't want that. It's just it's been there for as long as I can remember. So that's probably 50 odd years, probably. So, so I think council should be coming to talk to us about Te Whanarau and what impact it might have on us. But it might be of some value to council too to come and talk to us. But we have no preconceived plans or ideas or anything about that. It's just the invitation to come and speak. That's it. Something straightforward.
Great, thank you for that invitation. And as a neighbour to a proposed facility, we'll need to have those conversations. And for us, it'll be interesting to hear the feedback from the community, which for the Whataroa facility has been pretty varied over the last few years. So we're really hoping that through this process, we can find some consensus for a facility in Leaston. Phil, question.
Hey, g'day. Thanks for coming in. And I really appreciate you saying absolutely as a neighbour we need to know what it is that what the neighbours want. What do you think? What do you think? We've got a couple of minutes. What do you think of the of Whataroa going in, and what sort of things are you thinking about in terms of having that space there?
I'm submitting about Te Whanarau later on.
So from an RSA perspective,
I mean, at the end of the day, we've been a good neighbour to everybody, so there's no reason why we can't still be a good neighbour. Yep. Council, on the whole, been very good to us, so there's no, as I said, there's nothing preconceived. We're not trying to, we're there to help as much as to be helped.
Great.
Because all we're there to is to help servicemen, service people, service, that's our whole aim.
Thank you very much, and I thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Elizabeth.
Hi, thanks, Lloyd. Hey, just a quick question. Were you guys, as an organisation, invited to the Leaston Park meetings that were run by Phil Miller earlier on?
Yeah, I went to those meetings.
As part of the RSA, and were you guys invited to?
I could have been wearing more than one hat.
Were you guys invited at any point to make any suggestions to the park developments as well?
The organisation did not make any submission to the park development because at the end of the day, it doesn't have an impact on what we do, but what the impact is on our land. And whatever happens in the park, it's like a double-edged sword a wee bit, isn't it? But we want to be good neighbours. I think we've been good neighbours, and the council being a good neighbour. We just want to carry that on, but we just want to talk.
Great. Lloyd, thank you for coming in and offering that this morning. We'll look forward to hearing from you later on today as well. And council will consider your submission, or both submissions, along with all the other submissions over the next few weeks, and making final decisions early in July.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next presenter is Anak Pata Good. This is submission 1504 and is on pages 22 through 88 of today's booklet. Anak, thank you for your written submission from the Christchurch Foundation and also coming in today to be able to talk to us about that submission. You're welcome to highlight anything that was in the initial submission or anything new you'd like to bring to our attention today. I think you heard me say to Lloyd, we've got about 7 minutes for this conversation, so I'll hand the floor to you and just press the right-hand button on the microphone.
Tēnā koe te mea, koutou nā kai kauni here, kai mahi kai hoi o te waka nei, huri no te whare, tēnā no tātou. Firstly, thank you for the opportunity to present this morning, Mr. Mayor. And in the interest of disclosure, my name is effectively Anak Pata Good, so just alert you to the fact that I'm the very fortunate husband of Puamerea. So we've got clarity on the point. I chair the Christchurch Foundation, have been for 1 year, initially founded about 6 years ago, sponsored by Christchurch City. It's probably passed through $18 million worth of benefit to the wider community, but the majority of that in the context of the mosque attacks and earthquake related, the library and the cathedral in particular. Community Foundation, the basic theory is that, to keep it very simple, endowment theory, for any contribution that's donated into a fund that's called $100,000, that amount is distributed to the community across the period of 1 generation that follows. And then again, the following generation, so on, add on infinitum, i.e. they are perpetual distributions. And of course, the ambition is to keep adding to the endowment so that the annual distributions increase over time. So in a time of increased political, economic and climatic variability, the opportunity to have independent funds coming into community, that's really the model. We are a new board. We've had our first meeting with a full turnout of new board members just last week. Amy Carter is no longer operationally involved with the foundation at all, and Interim General Manager Lynn Umbers is leading a transition as we change the model to least cost, most flexible and more community connected in a nutshell. The proposition here that started before my time, in fact, is that we might explore the opportunity to have a standalone, let's call it, a sub-account or a sub-fund of the Christchurch Foundation called the Selwyn Fund. For our purposes now, means any donations made from members of this community would be held and any proceeds would be distributed back to this community, so that there's no leakage away from the geographic region. And part of the work that I would personally like to explore with your team is the areas where such contributions might be most effective support for the district's needs. And we should make that the point of the fund, really, is to meet the community needs in a way that best fits with councils and other organisations' activities. Work out where the gaps are, how we might fill them. The point would be that the Christchurch Foundation, really, you would be leaning on the back office support, if you will, of professional funds managers, audited accounts, and so on, with the idea that you get least cost from that end, most rigour around the activities of the foundation, and as free as possible just to use the benefits within Rgen. And I probably should stop there, Mr. Mayor, lest there be questions about this interesting idea.
Great. Annika, thank you for presenting that today. I'm wondering about the size and scale of contribution you think that is needed to start up the Selwyn Fund. And I guess so much of our conversation and feedback from the community has been, what are the non-rates ways of paying for things? Could you just elaborate on how this fund might be able to, or may not be able to, help with community outcomes in a non-rates way?
And I think that's the core point, really, is that this is funding available for community projects as defined by the community that doesn't require the rating base to generate those funds. So it lightens the demands on council to meet those requests.
Do you have a figure for what sort of contribution What does the number need to be to start the fund?
It's a very good question, and one of the fascinating aspects of the space, from my point of view, they're almost infinitely variable. You can have large endowments. The endowment is one of the key areas here to keep stacking up capital so that the income stream off the back of it in perpetuity continues to rise. If you go back to the mothership, the Christchurch Foundation needs to have about $20 million worth of capital under management to wash its face, so that all the costs are washed out. But again, the idea of aggregating effort here means that we all bear less if the overhead share, and that means that more is available for distribution. But within Rgen, there's no reason these can be very low numbers. You could donate $5,000 and say, I'm interested in things environmental, and I would like the income off this to go to those projects over time. And I invite my colleagues to come along and make a donation of $5 or make a bequest in your will. And over time, that endowment amount rises following the interests of the donors. So these are really donor advised or donor led. And then there's some questions about how much the donor might say, I want to support Arakakariki and its efforts to build biodiversity corridors to the ranges, so be quite specific, or I want the community over time to decide where these funds should go year on year, depending on need. There might be a fire, there might be a particular opportunity that needs to be funded. So they can be very responsive, and again, we follow the donors' wishes.
Thank you. Elizabeth.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just looking on one of the pages. So I'll see if I can find the number. It's 39 on our board. So it talks about your vital signs, your priorities. You've done a survey. I'm not sure who was in the survey. It'd be interesting. You've put health and wellness at the top, housing. Down the bottom, you've got the last two are supporting newcomers and supporting rural communities. I was just very curious as to what you've so far implemented. I understand that as an organisation, you guys are currently operating tourism buses for tourism. No? Okay. Sorry, but I had heard that was the case. But what are you currently implementing in the communities at the moment, and can you give us some examples of what projects are currently happening?
Sure. Look, thank you for the question. I think the first base is, what does the community want? So you could do something in the environmental space. You could do something in the social justice space. You could do something in to address homelessness or food poverty, but that's for the community to determine, as opposed to anything that's prescribed from the centre. There's one area of activity that's gaining momentum, which is to do with a women's entrepreneurship fund, for example, that's run through the foundation, and young female founders of ventures are supported in those ventures to remove the barriers for them to advance those activities. So there's a donor who's got her own experience, who's got a very clear thing that she wants to achieve, and she uses the foundation's infrastructure and organisational capacity to convene meetings to distribute funds that she provides. So that would be an example. Recently did a short burst to raise some funds for the Port Hills fire. We know that if that area is replanted in native species, that they're far less flammable, so you don't get this repeat every 7 years burn the pine trees down phenomenon. So there's an example of an angle as well. And there's quite a bit of interest in the environmental space, including with Environment Canterbury and Christchurch City, just to make the point that there are some collaboration opportunities here.
Thank you. Deborah.
Thank you for your presentation. Are you aware at all that Selwyn District Council has a Selwyn District Council charitable trust?
Unaware of the detail.
Okay. Just reading the document from the trust, it's structured very similar to the Christchurch Foundation with regards to the donation. So I just wondered whether you were actually aware of it.
Thank you. I'm unaware of the detail of of how it works and its focus, and I am aware that other councils, for example, and I could think of City as an example, but I think a number of councils have a number of pots of capital that they use for specific purposes, and our interest would be working out where are the gaps. How far does that get you? What things are not being done, and is there an opportunity to fill a gap? And I should be clear that I think we should all be convinced that there's value to be added here from some research into this project, which is really what this funding application is about. And if we're not both convinced that there's value to add, we should not proceed. So I think that's the test, really.
Yeah, no, just wanted to know whether you're aware of it, that was all, so just online.
Annika, thank you for that and for coming in this morning to present to us. We'll be making decisions over the next few weeks and final decisions early in July, but we appreciate your time today. Thank you.
And thanks again for the time. And if there's any queries that your staff may have, always happy to follow that up.
Thank you.
All the best for your determinations.
Okay. Councillors, our next presenter is Jared Dobson at 9:56, so we'll adjourn the meeting until that time. Well, kia ora everyone. We'll resume our hearings this morning. Our next presenter is Jared Dobson. Jared, thank you for coming in and joining the meeting today. If you'd like to take a seat down the end of the table. Yeah. Councillors, this is submission number 1079 and is on pages 89 through 92 of today's agenda. Jared, we thank you for your written submission, which councillors have in front of them. This morning's a chance for you to highlight any matters that you'd like to from within that, or bring to our attention any new information. I've got about 7 minutes for the conversation. There's a big stopwatch on the TV screen on the side of the room, and no doubt there may be some questions that councillors have following your presentation. You just press the right hand button on the microphone. We'll turn that on, and the floor is yours.
Thanks for that. Yeah, I've only got 7 minutes, so I'll be pretty brief. Very pleased to be here. From what I can see, being a mainlander, moved down here fairly recently. Being a North Islander, moving down to the mainland into Crusader territory, Hurricanes boy. Everybody's lovely and friendly, and the council seems to be really good. The Selwyn District Council seems to be very progressive, coming from Wellington, so that's pretty good. I live in Lincoln. My daughter, who's a doctor, lives in Tautapu. My son-in-law, who's an A-grade cyclist, lives in Tautapu. And my grandson, a 6-year-old, lives in Tautapu as well. So what I'm mainly going to be talking about is cycling, cars, trucks, motorbikes, and all that sort of stuff. As I said in the submission, I'm in favour with just about everything with the proposal. It's really good. It's really progressive, and I have said that we need to do things like some of the things we say we're going to do it, and we'll do it on our own if we have to. If we don't get Toi Whakaari or whatever funding it, we'll just go ahead. So I think the proposals you got are really worthwhile. I didn't make any comments on some of the stuff I didn't know about, like what do we do with the pool somewhere? That's up for the locals, I think. I think we should look after the rural people in the smaller towns and things. But just addressing, I'm a member of the Lincoln Community and Residents Association. I'm not representing them, but we had a meeting, and some of the council officials and two of our local councillors came along. We had a really good discussion. They listened. I'd like to thank Andrew Macy. Are you here, Andrew, or not? Not hiding. Anyway, he was really good. He was really helpful. He was really considerate, and he knows a lot about transport and things like that. So I'd like to thank Grant and Deborah for being there too. They really gave us a lot of information, a lot of good feedback. So thanks for that. So just going through it, the first page, what they're talking about there with regards to Lincoln, park and ride facilities at Lincoln and Rolleston, and upgrade public transport infrastructure without NZTA Whakatahi co-funding. I was very much in favour of that. Let's do it and spend the money, you know. But what I made as a comment at the bottom of that first page is we should have park and ride in the near future for Lincoln. Properties have already been purchased, which Grant let us know about, so we're well on the way. We need to get the congestion off. We need to get the commuters going into town. They're a lot safer. Sports facility at Darfield sounds good. I don't know anything about it, so I was in favour of it. Sheffield Memorial Pool, I didn't know. I didn't make any comments on it. Economic development, do you support the continued development of an economic development strategy? Yes, of course I do, and it sounds really good. Digital solutions, do you support the council investing into better technology? Yes, of course, it's a no-brainer. Policy changes, which is page 54 and 55, which was dealing with Lincoln specifically. I support the proposed changes. Now, what I said in my submission at the bottom of there is I support them in principle, which I do. We had a discussion with Andrew, and what the local councillors will know, all three local councillors will know, around the Lincoln shops and things there, which are vital to Lincoln, because we're pretty well self-contained. We don't have to go to this big smoke here unless we're going to go to Super Cheap or the warehouse or something like that. We've got what we want. We have got in that, near the shops, 58 angle parks. I went round and did them, which is whether it's the pharmacy, the medical centre, Hammer Hardware, blah, 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 all of those. Now, I hear that the experts are proposing to get rid of the angle park and have parallel parking. I've spoken to the shopkeepers, I've spoken to the motorists, I've spoken to pedestrians, and I've done it myself. Angle parking is safe. You can come out, swing it around a little bit, swing it forward, look left, look right, and go off. If you get rid of the 58, you'll probably replace them with 20, which is silly. And the shopkeepers have said that will have a drastic effect on their business, and it's also not a smart way to do it with parallel park. There was another person who's from Prebbleton she said they haven't seen any crashes or anything like that at angle parking, but somebody who's very familiar with Prebbleton with parallel parking, she said, well, it's been crashes, people coming out in that, so you should have a really good look at that. There's been talk about having a heavy traffic bypass, and I'm sure there'll be a submission on that. Get the trucks away from Lincoln. Now, somebody mentioned Tancred Road. Tancred, if you know it, from State Highway 57 through to Ellesmere Road, there's a one-way bridge there. On that side, it's all right at 60k. Try it, yeah, you know it, Grant. Try it at 80k, and it's terrible. So if you're going to do it properly. It'll cost money, but if it gets trucks out of the way there, then that's absolutely fine. What I suggested for the area which I put there around the Lincoln shops and things is what I would like is a 30k zone, which we have in parts of Wellington, Newtown, Miramar, and all that sort of stuff, and they do work. If we can't get a 30, do what Prebbleton does. It's a 40k. I've gone through Prebbleton lots of times and religiously stuck to 40k, and it's a lot safer than 50k, especially if you're a big truck or something like that, or somebody who's not paying attention. If you're going through the Lincoln shopping area, that's great. If we need traffic lights, fine. That's good. Let's do that. All right. Okay. The park and ride, it should be away from the shops, because you drive your car there, you get in and go and catch the bus and things like that. That's fine. Now, the main thing that I want to talk about is a cycleway. And I think the way a progressive council will look at it, in terms of getting people from A to B, who are the most vulnerable, who should be protected? Everybody should be protected, but who are the most important to us? And I would say it's the children, whether they're walking or they're cycling. They are our treasures, they are our future, they are the most vulnerable. They don't have metal around them, they don't have seat belts. So children walking or on cycles. And as far as I can see, and I may be wrong, the cycleway around Lincoln is pretty non-existent. And I don't know about Prebbleton, and I don't know about Riccarton, and I don't know about the ones out in the Wops. But we should be protecting them. That's our focus. Now, my suggestion here, which may be wrong, if you know the main drag through a Lincoln going to Springston or whatever, is on the north side. There's not much parking. There's not many people there. You haven't got the angle parks and things. You've got the library further down there. You've got a couple of bus stops and that. But my suggestion is, if it's possible, we have a lovely cycleway there. We're not taking away many car parks. The library people can park over the other side because a bit further down, there's not so many cars and parking and things. And it goes really from Ellesmere Road, and there's nothing really parking on that side because they've all got on-site parking. From there, the kids want to go to Lincoln High School, or they want to go to the primary school, cross over with traffic lights or whatever they're going to do. On that side, all you need to do, I think, is put either dotted yellow lines or a solid yellow line and have arrows. My suggestion, and it really is up to the experts.
Yeah, sorry, I'll just let you know we're at the end of your time.
Yeah,
just finish off what you're saying.
Yeah, the end of that thing is we have a two-way. Now, whether it's going into the traffic on the outside or inside or whatever, I'm sure I've spoken to cyclists. I'm sure it's safe enough. We get them over there. We don't take away the car parks. and we keep them safe, going to university, going to college, going to school. So that's my suggestion. Sorry, I've run out of time if you want to ask any questions.
Yeah, no, that's
You
great.
get the idea?
We do, and a very constructive submission from you. Thank you for taking the time to come in this morning and
All right.
not only talk about the things that we are wanting some feedback on, but some things that are passionate for you and your family and your
well,
community. So,
not for me, for my family and all the other families around. So,
Right.
yeah. Okay, thanks for that.
thank you for that.
See ya.
The next presenter is Renee. Councillors, this is submission 1293, and it's on pages 93 through 105. Renee, you're presenting two submissions to us. The first one is on Care Conservation Trust, and the second one being the Arthur's Pass Visitor Centre and Biodiversity. Is that right?
Kia ora and tēnā koutou.
Great. You're welcome to sit down, Renee, and up to you. But
We feel better standing up, actually.
okay, that's fine.
I'm so short that I can reach a speaker. So
We've got about 7 minutes for both of the submissions.
Sure.
We've got a couple of councillors online, Sophie and Nicole,
Great.
and there may be some questions if there's time at the end.
yeah, so just to clarify, I'm doing two submissions. One is for the Arthur's Pass Historic Group, and the other is really in a private capacity. I work for Care Conservation Trust, but I'm speaking as a private individual on that today. On behalf of the Arthur's Pass Historic Group, I know we've had the Arthur's Pass Association Chair here, Chris Stewart, last week, and he came in and spoke as well. And I thought it probably good for us to come along and talk about some issues in Arthur's Pass that are going to be happening within the long-term plan period that you're working on. Lydia and Bob Mugford kind of know the issues because they've come and spoken to us a couple of times, and we're really grateful for all the work they've done with us to help us figure out a plan forward with some of the issues facing us. We've been really delighted to find that DOC has now gone to a detailed business case for the Arthur's Pass Visitor Centre, otherwise known as Park HQ. And we know council has, pretty much nothing to do with it. You'll know what's going on, and we're not expecting anything from council when it comes to the development of that project. But what we will need council support for is the story that needs to keep being told about our community, because we're in a Selwyn district area, the village itself. It's surrounded by a national park, which is all DOC, of course, but then our community has its own story to tell, and we kind of need to be in that space too, and we need to do that through council. And we've been really grateful to have had the support of the heritage team for the last few years. They've just been amazing. They helped us plan and helped us deliver the Otera Tunnel Centenary 2023, and the staff were just exemplary. We were so grateful for all the support they gave us on the day. And we're really looking for council to kind of keep giving us support around the Park HQ project and helping us protect the archives that we've got, because that's outside DOC's remit. They're responsible for some of the archives that we're involved in protecting there, but a lot of it, we continue to get things donated. Like a few weeks ago, Oscar Coburger's skis were donated to us. So that means we're now responsible for them and we have to manage it. And DOC are not responsible for that. And we're a village of 30 people. We just do not have the resources to do all of this on our own. So we'd really like the long-term plan to, factor in what we're going to need around telling those stories in Arthur's Pass and protecting what's there. We know that when DOC took over, everything went to the dump. There's this tiny periphery, tiny little amount of what's left in those archives, and we're doing our darndest to protect it. So, sorry if I'm kind of getting a bit off topic. I think that about covers that. I really wanted there to be a time for questions, so I don't really want to be rambling on too much about that. So if anyone wants to ask me about that particular project, I'd be really pleased to hear.
Yeah, great. First question here is from Elizabeth.
Hi, thank you. So we have heard about protecting the archives. Can you just give me a shopping list of what's required? What does that entail?
Right. Okay. So our plan, this is just something we're developing now, is to fundraise to get an archive room in Park HQ. I mean, it's not DOC's responsibility to provide that, but we want it, and they've said that they'll work with us to get it. So we would need to fit it out, like fundraise to get the money, and then actually have it properly fitted out. We also in there have got the an Arthur's Pass herbarium that was collected by Colin Burrows from Canterbury University. Doc are kind of responsible for that, but it's kind of a shared thing with the community because McSweeney, can't forget his Jerry McSweeney, he was also involved in collecting that. So we think we're going to have to kind of come up with a bit of a partnership around protecting that herbarium, keeping it where it is. We've worked with Landcare, Manaki Whenua, around that collection there, and they're quite keen for us to keep it. And we'd love to keep it, but only if we can do it properly. That's the thing. We want to do everything properly. If we can't protect what we've got there, we will accept that it has to go into some collection somewhere, but we'd rather not. And we've heard from people like Ines at Landcare that it's actually really useful to have small collections in places, you know, like Arthur's Pass and others, instead of having a centralised herbarium, which is how things are heading towards. So there's some benefits to that. So it's not just us wanting something just because we want it. We want to do the right thing. Does that answer that?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Yes, Deborah.
I recently had the privilege of actually going to the Murchison Museum. Have you been to the Murchison
No,
Museum?
I haven't. No.
And I just wondered whether the concept of what's been supported through their local council with regards to Murchison could be applied to Arthur's Pass
Right.
with well going and having an opportunity to see how they've archived everything around the earthquakes and their early history and how it's available to the public. So, yeah.
Oh, thank you. We know that and Doc are responsible for this largely with their connection to Ngāi Tuaheriri and developing the proposal with Mana Whenua. We know that's something that's got to happen. It's kind of outside our remit at the moment, and Doc are guiding us on that. So we know that story has to get told. And we very much see that for Mana Whenua, it seems that it's a place of journeys, Arthur's Pass, and it continues to be a place of journeys. If you think about coast to coast coming through and the state highway cutting through the national park, it is very much a place of journeys. So, yeah.
Great, thank you for that. If you'd like to move on to the Kia conversation.
Deep breath, cool. And I just want to say thank you for giving us the opportunity to come and speak today. Very much appreciate it. In a tiny community of, as we like to call it, 30 odd people. It's and we're on the really on the boundary of your district. So we're kind of, I think we're almost like a place of imagination for so many people. That because there's so few of us that actually live there. And then we have the enthusiastic batch holders as well. So thank you for giving us the time to speak. So thinking about biodiversity in our area, so we're inside a national park. But what that means for us, the tricky stuff is that we don't have the protection that Doc would have to protect what's there. So a case in point is the absolute disaster we had for 6 years in a row of a local person feeding Kia, which resulted in them getting hit on the road and killed a lot. And we tried everything. We tried the police, we tried Doc, we tried everything. And actually, in the end, the thing that did work, which some people don't really believe it really did work, but I think it did, was when we went to council and said, the Wildlife Act can't protect these birds. There's nothing we can do. We've tried everything, and including the head of Doc going and speaking to the persistent Kia feeder. That didn't stop him either. So we came to council and said, well, how about we take a hygiene approach and show that what this person is doing is putting out food for rats, possums, and things that threaten human health. And we started down that process, and we were just starting to, we'd had a couple of visits, and locals had talked to the hygiene officer that had come up, and within 2 weeks, the person that was doing all this feeding got evicted from the house. He was gone. So it worked, but it was kind of behind the scenes. I tell that story because it's just so tricky and complex in Arthur's Pass about how we protect biodiversity. We have the Wildlife Trust, we have Care Conservation Trust, we have Doc working really closely with us, but we really need, I think we're going to need council to come on board now more. We've spoken to Andy Spenton and Lydia and trying to develop a relationship where the council is more involved in what goes on inside the village. And another case in point is that we have a cafe with an open veranda where people come and feed Care, they get hit on the road, and it kind of creates this whole idea that it's okay to come and feed the birds and put them at risk, and that's just a normalised thing. If there are to be any future developments in this area, we'd like to see council work in a way where it's upon the owner of a business to protect the biodiversity, protect Kia particularly. We don't want to see another cafe with a veranda that draws the Kia in to get fed and get harmed. So we'd like to see more work on that. We in my submission, I put in the biodiversity submission that I did last year for KCT, and that was around wanting a Kia feeding bylaw, so we could stop someone like the person we had in our village that, and not only did he hurt the Kia, he absolutely destroyed the morale of our village around protecting wildlife. It just wore everyone out. And when I took on the job at KCT, I spoke to everybody and I said, I can't stop that guy, but let's just try and do some good stuff and try and build morale in it. And I think that's helped. But we need more than that. We need like infringement notices so that we can't ever have a local come in and do that to us ever again. We know it's problematic if we had a tourist doing it, then how do you instantly issue a fine and then enforce it? That's tricky. We understand that, but we'd still like to explore it. And we'd really like council to work with us on how we can do that. So that's pretty much everything I wanted to cover on that. Any questions?
Deborah.
Sorry. Look, thanks for your presentation. Just with regards to the veranda scenario, is there any way that you could encourage the landowners to actually cover the veranda area to stop the feeding?
Yeah, we're working on that. We've actually approached them a couple of times. As you can appreciate, it's really tricky because it's just become such a normalised thing that people find it hard to shift out of that mentality. But we do have a proposal from Jodan Aiken, who's a Lincoln PhD candidate, and she's working with the landscape design department there to see if they could come up with a master's project for a student to create a design that closes on the veranda, that makes it attractive and stops the birds getting in. But it's just such a slow process shifting people from the way that they think. You know, this has been going on for a long time.
Thank you. Grant.
Is it a zero cat township, or is that an issue as well?
Well, that was something someone asked me to cover. Feral cats are a real problem, and this is something that that I think is the eastern side of the national park and even this area needs to think about, is that feral cats are doing much better on the eastern side than they are on the western side. And I don't think we have any pet cats in the village now. We used to, but there are feral cats that are being caught, and more of them are being caught. The predator control that's gone on so successfully on the west coast means we've got masses of young care. You know, we've got huge populations coming through, which is creating more human care conflict. But as more and more predator control happens and more people are involved in that, we are going to have to keep dealing with the harm that cats are doing.
Sorry, just your microphone, Grant.
If you're going to do a care, no feeding care control bylaw, would you want to roll a no cats in the village bylaw into it at the same time, seeing there's no cats in the village as today?
Yeah, that would be really great. I mean, if some people are really keen on that, of course it might upset some other locals, but you know, but it would be a good time to do it if there's no cats now. yeah.
Thank
and
you.
Just to add to that about cats, I mean, I'd like to see council and DOC and all of us work together more to make a space for care to come back, because they used to be here. They used to be all through the ski fields, right through, and now there's hardly any of them around, but they're starting to come back. So as they come back, we actually really need to think about how we can protect them when they come back, so we reduce the human care conflict. We've done things like the Care Conservation Trust has been involved in a lead removal project for the last 4 years, and they've removed lead from 500 buildings throughout the South Island where care are regularly hanging out. So there's been so much work trying to protect them from getting lead poison, which of course is a terrible thing.
Elizabeth, last question.
Yeah, sure. At the moment, in your village, where is the best? Is there already a designated place where tourists and visitors can walk in to the bush, or there's a particular spot where they can go, where they can see care that's safe for the care to be around and for the visitor to be out of the way?
Yeah, I mean, it's such a bummer that I can't say yes to that. They only want to come where people feed them, or where they can just have fun themselves. You know, they're like 3-year-olds really. That's how I kind of view them. You have to protect them very much in that kind of way, and they'll go where it suits them, and unfortunately they'll go where people feed them, and that's, yeah. I mean, I try to tell tourists when they come through that if you want a care experience, go to Willowbank. You know, don't expect to have it here. And if you're driving through and you see a care, hey, that's great, but don't expect any more than that, because any more than that actually harms them. And we even have got to the point in the village where, you know, or I will not talk to care because, you know, they want to interact with you. They're a really engaging bird, but I won't even talk to them now because even that just encourages them. You know, they'll just hang around and yeah.
Renee, thank you for that submission and both submissions this morning, and
Thank you
for your care and concern for Arthur's Pass community and the wildlife that's around it as well. Councillors will be considering your submission along with all the others in the next few weeks and making final determinations early in July. So thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Simon Osborne's the next presenter. This is the Doylestown Residents Committee. It's submission number 1485 and is on pages 106 through 112 of today's agenda. Simon, thanks for coming in. I thank you for your written submission in the first instance, and that's been circulated to councillors, and this morning's an opportunity for you to be able to either highlight anything within that submission or bring any new information to our attention. We've got about 7 minutes for the conversation. That big stop clock on the TV screen just helps guide some timekeeping, but I'll hand the floor to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to present this morning. The Doylestown Residents Committee, our bugbear is based in, is laid out in the submission, and it kind of perplexes us as to why, when there's a lot of talk in local government New Zealand about localisation, and it seems that Selwyn is hell-bent on centralisation with the function of local community committees. We understand that there's a lot of reserve land around the district that's either unused or people are no longer interested in that, and that needs to be rationalised and where appropriate sold off or whatever. Our park is not in that particular scenario whatsoever. It's highly cared for by the local community. It provides us with fellowship and a community focus, and we're just completely dumbfounded as to why we've been gradually marginalised over the last 5 or 6 years, and eventually pushed out, and I guess almost getting to the point where we're going to be trespassed off the property. Our groundskeeper, John McCartan, who's here this morning, was basically told he was sacked, only via phone through a third party. So, and Cord, we're going to take on the role of maintaining the grounds, which we can't understand because it's probably one of the best, if not the best park in the district, and it's entirely cared for by volunteers. So what we're proposing, and I hope you'll consider this, is that we should take responsibility and control for the operation, maintenance of that park. We would request from the council, or we would like to do it in partnership with the council, in constructive partnership with the council, whereby the council would contribute to the costs of the amenities and the public amenities in the park, being the public toilets, and obviously the playgrounds and other areas that the public don't need to interact with have to be kept to a standard that is acceptable from a health and safety point of view. And as a volunteer committee with no stream of funding, that would be challenging for us, but I can't see why that can't work in partnership with the council. We would take obviously responsibility for maintaining the grounds and cleaning up, as we already do. Currently, our working bees are always well attended, and not just by residents of the Doylestown community. The Lions and other groups turn up when there's hedge clippings to clean up or other jobs to do. There's a list of the main other community organisations who use it, but there's also high usage by the general community, and people travel from Rolleston, Prebleton, Southbridge, Leaston to come and use our park facilities. It provides us, as I said, with that great deal of community connection within the Doylestown community as well. We would like to have control over the hall and the hiring of the hall again, because that's come under the council umbrella, and it's actually just been a debacle with double bookings, nobody really knows who's there and when, and the place has been left in a mess, which the local residents have had to clean up. As a result, we're quite capable of running that hall, and that would provide us with a small income. We would formalise our structure in order to be able to, be able to be in a position to deal with the council to a satisfactory degree. We're quite happy to do that, but we won't do that until actually we get consideration from you as to whether we can do that. I mean, it's part of our community cohesion. This is really important to us, and I think if Court just take over mowing the lawns, and we are not allowed to maintain the buildings or the rest of it'll fall into a state of disrepair, which would then, I guess, lead to it being sold. So I suppose if that's the agenda, then that's what would happen. But I don't believe that is the agenda, and I think the council would like to see this facility kept going, and we want to cooperate with you in order to achieve that. And we think that this is a win-win outcome, and it would save an awful lot of money for council as well, because we have a big pool of volunteers. Most of our committee are senior people in the community, although we do have young people involved from mid-20s to 90. And we have a succession plan in terms of keeping things going and keeping things maintained. The land was donated by my great-grandfather for the use of people so that they could have leisure activities. And the community put the hall in at their own expense. So nothing has been asked for from the council. The major items of expenditure recently have been a new access bridge, which has worked out great. So I'm sorry, I've blabbered on too long, but are there any questions?
Thank you for your submission and for being really constructive in the way that you want to see an outcome for your community. It's really, really great to hear. Question from Phil.
Yeah, so thanks for coming in. I was actually really engaged because you're from the community. Then you said your grandfather donated it. I'm going, okay, this is the right guy. The Dawson Hall, does it get used that much?
Yes, it does. But the current charging regime through the council, and we understand why you have that, is too much for many groups that would have in the past traditionally used that, who aren't formalised, don't have a budget, but need a space, a community space to do what they do.
Yeah. I'm not saying that this is something that is going to happen, but would a consideration be the Dawson community taking the hall back on as?
Oh, absolutely. That's what we want to do.
Rates and everything, maintenance.
Well, we would ask the council to cover the rates. We would take care of our own liability insurance, and we would ask for a stipend to run community amenity.
So really, it would be council would still be funding the hall. Does it make enough money to cover it itself? That's what I'm asking.
Well, the point is, it's there to provide a community amenity, and with the current charging regime, which we understand, it's too much for many groups who would traditionally use the hall. So it's part of our community service. I mean, that's why the volunteers do it.
Sure.
The amount of money involved would be very, very small.
This community hall is a very complex issue, as you know.
Well, I mean, it's a very broad outline of what we want to achieve. The details would need to be obviously negotiated with the council as to exactly how it would work. But we're just asking you to consider that this is a possibility.
We've got pictures of your beautiful hall right in front of me, and it really is a beautiful hall. So
yeah, it's a recycled building.
Yeah, right. Okay.
So that's our ethos. We can,
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Simon. Thank you for coming in this morning to talk to us about it as well. It's great to have not only the written submission, but your sharing today. Councillors will consider your submission and all the others over the next 3 or 4 weeks, and then we're making final decisions in early July, and we'll be back in touch after that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors will adjourn for morning tea. Our next submitter is at 11 a.m. We'll restart. And for any of our guests that are here, there's a cup of tea and coffee in the foyer if you'd like to have one while you're here.
But we can tell them.
Right, Malcolm, welcome along to our hearings. Thank you for joining us, and we continue with Sophie and Nicole online. We'll reconvene the hearing, and our first presenter is John Rgen. John, thank you for coming. If you'd like to take a seat down the end of the table. Councillors, the as above in today's agenda may or may not turn up. Deborah, you mentioned that are they here? Great, we'll hear them after John. John, thank you for coming along today. We really appreciate your written submission to us, and today's a chance for you to go into any of the detail and that you'd like to explain any further or bring any new information to light. We've got about 7 minutes for the conversation, and the microphone in front of you is just so that those councillors that are online can hear you. The right-hand button, if you just wouldn't mind pressing that on the microphone, that'll just turn it on, and I'll hand the floor to you.
Okay, well, thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm John Rgen and I farm at Greendale. I don't want to take up much of your time, I'll just be pretty brief, but really the points I'd like to get across are that I think farmers are now paying more than their fair share as rates go up on a percentage basis. Farm rates go up by a greater amount and it's getting out of balance now. So for the services we receive, it's out of kilter with the amount that we pay. I believe that developers aren't paying their fair share and they should cover the majority of the cost of infrastructure related to subdivisions and their developments. My third point, I think the council needs to focus more on living within its means. We're in very tough economic times, still suffering inflation. The council should be thinking about core business and less of the superfluous activities. And my final point is that reading the long-term plan and the plans for the council to borrow another $500 million, I think over the next 6 or 7 years, I just believe that you've got a strong balance sheet now, really. You're at the chance of blowing it. We don't want to get into a position where a high percentage of rate income is used to service debt. Just think about the people coming, think about the next generation, and I ask you not to burden them with unnecessary council debt. Sure, I understand if money is needed for essential core infrastructure, well, there's probably a good case, but as long as that is essential. That's all I need to say.
John, thank you for presenting that to us. I'm interested in, like, as a council, we are pretty constrained with only having rates as our key source of income. And councils across the country are legislation that means we can only have rates and debt and a few user charges. Have you got any other ways that you think councils should be able to collect revenue from?
Well, yeah, I suppose it becomes political. I really believe that we need a poll tax in this country, and it shouldn't just be the burden of funding a council placed on the landowners. But we have to just face reality that at the moment you only have one source of income, really. You can't spend what you haven't got, so try to spend less.
Thank you. And income tax and local income tax is one of the things that we're advocating to the government through Local Government New Zealand on to try and shift the system away from such a heavy reliance on rates. So
yeah,
thank you for...
I feel for you that our political setup and the demands that central government are placing on local government have just got out of hand. But it's hurting us. So we need to get that message across.
Thank you. Got a couple of questions from Elizabeth and then Grant.
Oh, Grant, you can go first.
Currently, we run quite a flat rating structure with quite a large portion of targeted rates, and I'm just wondering if you would support a differential rating system instead.
I'd have to look into it more, but yes, without too much knowledge about the effects of a differential rating system. But my example is I'm on an average size farm. I think if you average my farm profits over the last 10 years, they would be less than the average salary paid to a Selwyn District Council employee. Yet, at the moment, I'm paying $550 a week in rates. It looks like it'll go to $650. I accept that's ECAN, probably worse than Selwyn. But that's pretty tough for a family of four when someone living in Rolleston perhaps is paying close to a tenth of that. It does not seem fair, and it definitely is not fair. I live in a shingle road. I don't get my rubbish collected. Greendale has pretty much funded its own community infrastructure. Yep.
Well, thank
Things
you.
are not right.
Yeah, and Elizabeth?
Thank you. My question is, so you talked to us about, sorry, let me just find this point here. I can't even read my own writing, sorry. You were talking about bare essentials, what the essentials are that we need to pursue as council going forward for the rating so that we do make it affordable for everybody. What do you consider to be the priority of those essentials right now, and what are some of the things that you feel we could divest off in terms of the cost and take off the budget sheet to bring more balance?
Yeah, well, the essentials are roading, sewage, water, and basic community facilities. So I suppose it's what you term a basic community facility. Can we afford to heavily fund individual sports such as basketball, which is mentioned for Darfield? Can the council continue to, I think, subsidise property developers? So, yeah, just, yep, so council activities that are not essential for day-to-day living need to be really looked at. I mean, I think libraries are a great idea. Can't say can the libraries, but perhaps something that's going to stop, not going to stop the district working, needs to be looked at really harshly at the moment. Perhaps the level of the number of people you employ, which again is pretty difficult, but people now, everybody in the economy is having to do more for less and run faster. I think council staff have to look at that and take that on board and do it themselves as well.
John, thank you for bringing that perspective to our conversation today. Really good to hear from you, and we appreciate you coming to Rolleston to present your submission. We'll be making decisions over the next few weeks and final decisions early in July.
Very good.
Okay, thank you. The next presenter is Michael Jones.
Michael's provided supplementary information to what's already in the booklet.
Great.
So I've just got a paper copy to pass out.
Pam's just passing around supplementary paper from the submitter.
I think just to clarify, I think there's a little bit of confusion about it's actually, I think it's a combination of Michael. There's two separate submissions coming back from Privilege Hall. So as above isn't appearing. Michael is appearing on behalf of Privilege Hall.
Great. And just for those at home, and Sophie and Nicole listening, we've just heard that Michael Jones is presenting the Prevelton Hall submission that was going to be earlier at 10:59 has now been presented. So this is submission number 1508 and 1426. Michael, thank you for coming in today to talk with us. Thank you for the written submission that we have received and has been circulated to councillors. And this morning's a chance for you to expand on anything that you'd like within that submission or bring any new information to us. That microphone is on, and we've got a couple of councillors at home. So thank you who are listening into this conversation. So thank you for coming in, and I'll hand the floor to you.
Thank you very much, Sam. I'd just like to expand on some of the details in my submissions, which I think are very important in terms of forward planning, which is something that perhaps New Zealand hasn't done terribly well over the years. The first and possibly most important thing is the change in demographics. We are an ageing population, we have a falling birth rate. So in terms of replacement of Prebbleton Hall, I think we need to reflect what we build is in accordance with what we can expect the demographics of our population are going forward. The sports facility at Kaha Park is fine, and as I've said, I think that adequately caters for the immediate needs. However, Prebbleton Hall, 100 years old, earthquake damaged, is not suitable for current purposes and will not be available. I think it's in 2033 or 35. So we do have time to do it. So the first question is, where do we build it? There is an opinion that it should be central, and that is based on people being able to walk to the facility. But if you actually look at Prebbleton, you would find it difficult to find a house without a garage. And New Zealand has the highest percentage of cars per capita of anywhere in the world, and that is unlikely to change irrespective of what government policies may be. So I don't think the precise location matters. Two sites have been mentioned. One is Kaha Park, the other one is the Domain. There is certainly the appearance of land available. But the building itself has to have a certain amount of future-proofing. And one of the things that I've considered quite important is its use in civil defence, in as much as we in New Zealand are having more natural catastrophes of various kinds, and a replacement to Prebbleton Hall could very well serve as a useful civil defence backup for people who are temporarily displaced. The cost and how we go about it, as I've said, my favourite method is for the council to vest in whatever legal form is necessary the funds already allocated through development contributions, which together with the sale of the current Prebbleton Hall site would provide the bulk of funds for a replacement. And I've already investigated with various community grants organisations whether or not they would support with grants such a project, and they have all confirmed they would, subject to the usual conditions. The benefit of this is that it reduces or removes the council's future liability to increase rates to support a replacement. However, a joint arrangement may also work extremely well, given the fact that the council will have knowledge and input that would improve anything the current Hall Committee may come forward with. So my whole push, if you like, is to actually get some resolution that the hall will be replaced. And the reason for that is it is currently at close to capacity, and in some instances cannot be rented out because other regular users have already booked it. But the future demographics mean we're going to have older people. The coming recession, I can't give a time on it, but it's certainly coming, is going to leave more people with time on their hands. And a community centre that they can just drop in, have a cheap cup of coffee, chat to people, participate in whatever events are going on, to me has got a well-being aspect to it, which I don't think you can put a price on. And the fact that the replacement of the hall has been on the long-term plan since 2016, and I'm not aware that we've either identified a site or even a sort of rough plan of what we would need. So I'm asking the council to make a decision and a firm commitment that the replacement for the hall will go ahead as soon as possible, as in this year. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that submission and your obvious care for the community and the future of its facilities. Question from Elizabeth.
That's fantastic. Thank you. Do you see that Kahaka Park as being close enough that people could cycle from Prebleton? And obviously there's been a lot of discussion around the fact that you've got rest home areas. Do those rest home villages currently provide their own in-house public hall or meeting place?
That's correct, and I understand that the retirement home opposite the hall only will allow public access to the cafe.
Shane.
Thank you very much, Sam, and thank you very much, John, for your presentation. You mentioned council making a firm decision. I just wanted to point out in the last 31 LTP decision number 6, the new Prebleton Community Centre, council made the decision then to proceed with the project as proposed, with construction starting in 25-26 at a cost of $6.3 million, $12 per year already budgeted within the current community centre's targeted rate, and to continue with feasibility discussions. Were you aware?
Yes, I did read that. The thing is, similar comments have been made in the past and not carried through, and that's great to hear. I think your figure is probably far too low, but that's just the nature of costs these days, and it isn't going to change.
Thanks, Michael. We appreciate your time coming in to talk to us about it this morning, and we will be making decisions over the next few weeks and confirming those early in July, and we'll be back in touch with decisions after that.
Thank you very much.
The next submitter is Fiona Bennetts. This is submission 1344 and is on pages 129 through 134 of today's agenda.
Apologies.
Take your time, Fiona, it's fine. Thank you for your written submission that councillors have received, and this morning is just a chance for you to share any information within that you'd like to draw our attention to, or bring any new information to light that you might have subsequently thought about. We've got about 7 minutes for this conversation, and there may be some questions for you following your presentation, but I'll just hand the floor to you.
Cool, thank you, Mayor. Cool, so tēnā koutou katoa, ko Fiona Bennetts tōku ingoa. I live in the northwest part of Otatahi, Christchurch, around the airport, and I just biked out here, lovely day to bike out. And I frequently cycle out to Selwyn and also catch the bus. Oh, that just accidentally deleted what I was going to say. Excellent. I was going to say I wanted to start with something I did forget to put in my submission in my rush to get my submission in, and that is Selwyn needs a dedicated performing arts space. I see a lot of theatre around the district, and it's really sad that the current space that Centre Stage Rolleston uses is a high school which is compromised the space in terms of the design to make it multi-purpose, and it's like many other spaces in Christchurch, sadly, which have been designed by architects instead of theatre practitioners who know what they're doing. So a dedicated performance space for places like Centre Stage Rolleston, but also places like Kiwi Players and other clubs and societies which would benefit from a dedicated space. I don't know who pays for it. I'm just going to put it out there and say someone needs to pay for it, and you need to think about at least space for it to be on the land. I was going to go on to my submission, so pointing towards things like speed limits. We're not going to get a lot from the current government, so I think you need to take the bull by the horns and go, all new subdivisions need to be 30 or 40 kilometres an hour, and that's it. Because you're going to save a lot of money on signs if you just do a blanket speed limit across all these narrow little wiggly streets, which I just wiggled my way through to get here. And I will note that there's also very poor signage. When you get off the cycleway, you just plonk into suburbia and you're like, and how do I get to the town centre? No idea. Just kind of followed my shadow to get here, literally. and also some signs on the way here that were 180 degrees out of kilter, and I will snapsy and solve them on my way home. So speed limits. Speed limits save lives. We've all seen the graphs. 10% chance of living if you get hit at 50 kilometres an hour. I'm one of those people that's been hit at 50 kilometres an hour, and I'm lucky to be here. I don't want some child biking to school to be the next one. Okay, speed limits save lives. Slow speed limits save lives. As do cycleways, but we can't literally put a cycleway on every street. So that's why speed limits are important. These narrow, wiggly streets, nice, calm, peaceful neighbourhoods, slow them down. When there's cars parked everywhere, you can't go faster than 30 anyway. So let's just do it. Let's just make it safe. And same for the rural. I love how you're doing 80k speed limits in rural and some signs at like 70 intersections. Most people ignore those, but it is making a difference. And the more streets that are slowed down to 80 or 60 where appropriate, the better. And it is making a difference. So please keep doing that. Gosh, what else was I going to say? The bus network. I love that you're proposing to trial your own or do some sort of business case study to figure out what you can do to do better, because Selwyn needs better buses. We desperately need to get people out of private motor vehicles. And ECAN has not been providing so far. So keep pushing ECAN. I've also been pushing ECAN for better services for Selwyn, Waimakariri and beyond. Keep pushing them, keep doing your own thing, find out what works, find out what the people want. I loved reading the ECAN thing for a couple of years ago, I think it was 2022, saying people in Darfield would bus if they could, but there's one bus a day that goes into town and one bus a day that comes home, and it's not good enough. So keep doing it, keep pushing them, and I'm happy to take questions.
Fiona, thank you for coming in to present. I too, having cycled in from Whedon's, came off the cycleway and thought, which way do I go here with roads that look like they should take you in the right direction and then curve to take you somewhere else. So that's noted, and thank you for snap sending and solving the things that are out of place. Phil.
Yeah. Hey, Fiona. How you going?
Okay.
I know Fiona from a few circles. Hey, I like your thing about providing a digital and printed map of cycle infrastructure, but I want to speak to you about the thing you spoke about first, the performing arts. We've had some other people speak to us about this over the last few days. You've been in the performing arts longer than I have in Canterbury. What's your thoughts on the size and function of what something out here could look like?
Oh, am I still alive? Certainly no smaller than 500 seat capacity, but probably around the 1,000 seat capacity is required out here. Like, it's such a growing space, and all ages benefit from having the opportunity to go to these things. And if they have to go all the way to Christchurch to see something of the scale that you only see in a bigger space, then they miss out. So at least 1,000 seat, I would say.
What sort of infrastructure would you have in there? We're talking about a pit and a stage.
Yeah, so a dedicated orchestra pit. So something that could be lowered or raised perhaps is an option. So Cashmere High School, for example, you can have it down or you can have it up. Something with a fly tower. If you've seen something at the Isaac Theatre Royal, for example, and big curtains, drapes, people, all sorts of things come down from above the stage. That's my department, flying. And a lot of spaces like the Rangiora Town Hall, they don't have a full-size grid. So you can only fit something small above the stage. You need a full-size grid that's bigger than the space of the stage. So the proscenium, let's not get too technical. Yeah. Big. You want a big space with proper, like, big wings and big fly tower. And yeah.
I can interpret it.
We very much have Elizabeth.
Oh yeah, just quickly, who would you want to see sitting at the table to work with architects going forward? Because what you made was an incredibly valid point. It needs to be the users need to work with the architects. So can you just name basically what sort of group, not name the group per se, but what they do, to give us an indication of who needs to be at that table?
Great question. So there's several practitioners, particularly in Christchurch, but I'd love to also have local input. So a combination of some local input and also people like David Bosworth, David Gill. They have their own practices. So David Bosworth owns Fourth Wall, and David Gill and his business partner own Scenic Solutions. Scenic Solutions build set. They also do mechanist jobs, so like moving set around on stage. They know what works, what doesn't, the capacity of venues, heavy things like a revolve, all those kind of things. These people also worked when they restored the Town Hall and the James Hay Theatre, and the architect said no.
Fiona, thank you for answering those questions and presenting to us today. appreciate having the feedback on matters that aren't necessarily in our current long-term plan to help inform future thinking. We will be making our decisions over the next 3 or 4 weeks and final confirmation of those early in July, and we'll be in touch with the community after that.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Councillors, the next presenter is Dean Jenkins. He's not here yet, due at 11:40. So we'll adjourn the meeting and restart at 11:40. Councillors, Dean Jenkins was to be our presenter. He isn't here. And so Lloyd Corson will be back for his submission. It's submission number 754 on pages 140 through 143 of today's agenda. Lloyd, thank you for coming down. I explained how things are working here this morning to you, so I'll just hand the floor to you. If you just press the right-hand button. Thank you.
So you've all got the commentary about the whatever, haven't you? Not another copy of the RSA one. Yep, okay. Okay, so what we're deciding here around whatever is not whether we build it or not, it's what we actually build. Because that decision was made back 2021 long-term plan, big decision 7. And it was decided that we'd build a community centre in Leeston at that time. So what I'm going to cover on top of what I've already submitted, take yourselves back 94 years to 1930. Southbridge, a town of 150 ratepayers, raised $450,000 in today's terms, and they built a hall. Now, if you've been into that Southbridge hall today, that hall is absolutely spot on for the size of the community, and it's built for purpose. Imagine back in the height of the Depression building that and getting that across the bloody line. But what a legacy it has been for the community. We need to be thinking about long term. Not that Leeston's got 2,500 now and some wizard has said it's going to be 5,000 in 3 years' time or whatever. You are building a 50-year plus, in this case, a 94-year-old building. Now, one would think that the building techniques today will last at least 94 years. So what we've got to allow for is that what is a community centre? Now, community centre is not a library with meeting rooms. It is a community centre with a library adjoined, and I've got no problem with that. I think it's a great idea. But a community centre is a place specifically provided for people, groups, organisations in a particular area where they can go in order to meet one another and to do things. It's not just to hold a meeting, Aunt Mabel's bloody knitting group or something like this. The lady there was talking about drama and things like that, concerts and things. It entails all sorts of things that one would do in its community. It should provide an accessible, welcoming venue and a focal point for the community, a place for people to meet, socialise, and space for local organisations. Okay, so some of the commentary that we've heard today, it probably doesn't meet any one of those things, apart from having the odd meeting. It also has been spoken about that this will be a civil defence building. This is where people come in times of emergency to be looked after when they can't be looked after in their own homes. And it does happen here. I've been in the fire service for 50 odd years, and on more than one occasion we've had to get a group of people with our community somewhere to be in a safe haven. We were explained that the building that's been shown today was built 600 above the ground to allow for that. So if there was any flooding in that area, which I've never ever seen, but anyway, they've allowed 600 mils to have that building allowed for. So that immediately tells me that you could have any number of people wanting to get shelter and protection. And you're going to need catering facilities, more than just a fridge and an oven and a bit of a bench. You're going to need some sort of decent kitchen facilities. You're going to need storage for bedding, blankets, and things like that, and general other things for normal life that people can't bring from home. Don't tell me that the Selwyn Bridge at Ellesmere doesn't burst out. It does. Just a few years ago, we had the north or east, whatever you like to call it, was washed away in floods. It can happen again. The flood that put that out was not the largest flood I've seen in that river. And also similarly, cut off up at the main South Road, because a lot of flooding goes across the main South Road between the railway crossing at the White House and the bridge. We have got a building that's got to be sustainable for the community, not something that's nice to have. The thing that I see, Leeston hasn't had a community centre since about thinking here on my feet, probably the 1980s when you first amalgamated, 1990s when you first amalgamated, and you took the community room over for an office that we had at the time, which was only about half the size of this room. So all I can say to you is be courageous and think of the future. There you have it.
Great, Lloyd. Thank you for that presentation to us and your thoughts on what needs to happen for Leeston. As I said to you earlier this morning, it's great to finally hear some clarity from the community around what is required, and we really hope that this process lands an outcome for Leeston. Questions from Elizabeth?
Hi, Lloyd. Where do you think you would like to see this built? What location?
At the moment, the location's fine by me. I mean, no problem with that location. If you don't build it there, where else are you going to build it? You're going to have to go to the other end of the town, out past the Catholic Church one way, or down by the Heritage Park the other way, where you're going to get enough land for parking and such like.
Just to clarify for everybody here, you're talking about that's on the Leeston Park.
On the Leeston Park,
yep. Thank you.
Yep.
Any further questions? Lloyd, we thank you for coming down today to present in person and sticking around to hear some of the other submitters between the two that you've submitted to.
A good goal. Thanks, Sam.
Ta.
Julia and Corey would like to come and present together.
Great. The next two presenters is Julia and Corey. They are currently listed as separate presentations, but I invite them to come together and present to us. Councillors, this is submission number 397 and 1379, and is on pages 144 through 155 of today's agenda. Yeah, you're welcome to take a seat. And we've got you down for two submission slots, so there's 7 minutes per submission slot. You're welcome to run them both together if you'd like to do it that way. And the submissions have been circulated to councillors, so today's an opportunity for you to highlight anything within your submissions that you'd like to draw our attention to, or any new information that you'd like to share with us as well. I think you just said the right-hand button, we'll turn that on. We've got a couple of councillors that are online with us today, so that just enables them to be able to hear. And I'll hand the floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Broughton, councillors. It's a 2-hour round trip for me to come to and speak to you today, and I hope I didn't get any tickets. I'm going to use the full 7 minutes because this grassroots campaign is growing day by day. This are the extra notes that I have to share with you on top of what's in my head already. What I want to first say is we're not coming to you for money around first year. No, we're coming to you for your leadership and your heart. And why I say that is 15 years ago, I saddled up my horse and I went for a ride and my horse spooked. I hit the road, 6 days in induced coma, found out I was pregnant in A&E, lost my smell and taste, lost my memories, lost my education, lost my career as broadcast journalist. Earthquakes happened, really crappy way to recover from what they described as a mild head injury, and I'll tell you it took me 10 years to get back who I was. And in that time, nothing's changed in this country with respect to the road code and protections on this road, on the roads, and more land is becoming locked up and more anti-horse sentiment, and I don't understand why, other than in 2 years since I decided to get back into something that I love. I've listened to people tell me about their near misses. I've listened to people tell me how difficult it is to find places to ride, and I know we're very lucky in North Canterbury, especially in the Waimakariri area where you've got the coastline, you've got some horse parks, West Mountain Horse Park, my daughter and I've taught my daughter to ride. Check that out. Thank you. And I read with interest it came as a result of pressure. from the horse riding community to create a space that was safe and off the roads. And that's my message to you today as councillors is, please, can you help us to get off the roads? Not all of us can float places. We need to get from A to B on the road to get to where we need to be that is safe. But the reason why you won't see us on the road is it's too damn dangerous. And I come to you today as well with the mandate to speak on behalf of horse riders in Canterbury. I've established a North Canterbury equestrian advocacy group, but it looks like it's going to become a Canterbury equestrian advocacy group because South Canterbury are quite frankly exhausted. For 5 years, they've petitioned, they've campaigned, they've participated with their council, and they have nowhere other than gravel roads to ride. There are no beaches they can go, no forests, public lands they're locked out of. So I will be speaking to South Canterbury with the same message, but I know damn well that Canterbury mayors and councillors talk. There's a cultural change that's required here. And when I went looking at the road code, it felt like I had another head injury in the sense that I challenge you to go and read that road code and decipher what a horse is in this country with respect to treatment on the roads. I had to write to Waka Kotahi for a definition because, you know, an other road user, what is that? And then explicitly they list everyone, in the shared use pathways except a horse rider. And yeah, so clarification came back that, Julia, in this country, the Land Transport Code doesn't have a definition of a vulnerable road user. And for me, that was a shock. World Health Organization explicitly says what it is. Horses are captured in there. And only 2 weeks ago did I discover the UK Highway Code. Fantastic document. Please read it because that's where we're going. Our advocacy is now growing nationally. There is energy here in Canterbury for change, and we are leading in this space now. We are looking to copy what the UK have done. So much so, the UK Pass Wide and Pass Slow are sharing their material with us so that we can come to road safety committee meetings. If you'd like to circulate it, if you want. That's part of why I was rushing to get here today. A friend of mine was printing that off. But I understand the mentality of asking to participate then, but come with solutions. We have the solutions. We have the material that we would like to circulate far and wide across the country. We want consistency in messaging. When have you ever seen a road safety campaign that tells you you should be passing a horse 20 k's or less? I've never seen one, and it's not even in the road code. As the chair of the Huranui Road Safety Committee for 3 years back in my previous life, I scripted 20k either way for school buses. Never did it, occur to me that horses were in that group as well, apparently, but they're not, because it's meant to be common sense. You can't rely on common sense in this country anymore. It needs to be explicit. So we are looking to petition the House of Representatives in November to look at legislative changes to the road code. And we really invite your support, your advocacy to help us make that happen, because horse riders can no longer be a forgotten group. We're forgotten when it comes to new trails and infrastructure to get us off the road, because we're not defined as a vulnerable road user, because we're actually just somewhere out there. But guess what? No one takes care of us. And I come with passion because I don't want anyone to endure what I've endured trying to do something that I love. And I hardly take my daughter out on the roads, but my gosh, when you do, it's a gamble. You'll have people that drive so slow that you're like, come on. And then there's just utes and whatnots that are just flying past, giving you a meter, and you're just like, thank goodness my horse is good. But you know that they are a fight or flight animal, Some will fight. But nothing's a surety. So that whole campaign of pass wide, explicitly tell people 2 meters, if not more. A gas truck stopped his engine the other day for me, and the gratitude I had towards him and the conversation that we had was awesome. And I thanked his boss, and that's what they're doing in the UK now. They're really trying to change a behaviour. So the pass wide, pass slow. We're now developing our own Viz vests. We are looking to dress my horse and my daughter's horse, because when we front media to
Julia, sorry, I'll just let you know that's the end of the first 7 minutes. So you've got another 7 minutes, fine.
No,
but I'm
it's
just
cool.
letting you know.
I'll just finish with this. When we ask the media and we ask Parliament to help us change the laws, we know we have to walk the talk. So we're designing Viz vests with that message. We're going to start educating as much as we can and hope that leaders will come on board to see what we're trying to do and see that the end result is worth the effort to get these changes across the line and support, to just keep us off the roads and give riders more of an equal playing field. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. Do you want to have, I'll hand over to Corey, and if there's any time left, there may be a chance for some questions.
Yep.
That's great. Corey.
That's all right. I'll keep mine reasonably brief. So you will have seen my submission, and there's a number of asks there. I haven't actually been riding anywhere near as long as Julia, but when I started riding about 4 or 5 years ago, realised that there was a shortage of places to ride. So I started Treks and Trails in New Zealand, which is an online map, free. And Selwyn, disappointingly, didn't have many lines on that map. Thankfully, we got the West Mountain Forest. So out of that frustration, got involved in this sort of activity, and recently came on as the Selwyn representative for the North Canterbury Equestrian Advocacy Group.
So with that, it means you're available to attend road safety committee meetings.
That is correct.
Hey,
yes.
and be a voice for horse riders in this area. So we have our go-to person.
And the go-to person, and I have a reasonably flexible job as well, so I can make myself available for such things. I'm also a trail runner, so I run places to see whether or not it's okay to actually ride horses there as well. Tried to find a few locations in Selwyn where that might be suitable. We'll probably need some form of assistance from council to remove obstacles such as fences obstructing legal roads, locked gates, those sorts of things. But I had a really good example yesterday.
Yeah, and discuss how cheap we are to cater for.
That's right. Metre wide gate sometimes is all that's needed.
And a bit of dirt.
A bit of dirt and a concrete block or a rock or a log to mount our horses, because some of us have very tall horses.
Yeah.
Yes. But I was out for a run yesterday up Kennedy's Bush track, and I managed to take a photo. I was keeping an eye out for this scenario. There's a footprint, there's a hoof print, and a mountain bike track, all in the same photo. So the Kennedy's Bush track has just recently reopened, we might say, for horse access. Born a little bit by the fact that e-bikes couldn't get over the stiles, so they put in gates, and at the same time they said that horses were permitted to ride up there. Great opportunity, and highlights that shared use can include horses. Because often the phrase shared use is bandied around, and it's referring to bikes and walkers. So shared use can include horses. We are fortunate in Selwyn that we have a lot of wide road bridges. Just need to be mindful, and I love the cycleways because my family use those as well. Just be mindful for putting in such things that we actually are taking away grass strips, which can be used for horse riding. Or driving of horse-driven vehicles, so I'm into that as well. So anytime I see an obstacle, it's a problem. Where else are we going with that? 3 minutes.
I can fill that for you.
You can fill that? No, that's all right. One thing I did want to ask, which was not in your submission, Julia, was the regional park. There's an opportunity there, if it's going to wind up being 90 hectares in total eventually. Is having some bridle trails in there. Can be meandering trails, can cross, can run parallel, whatever. A good example of that is, and I'll butcher the pronunciation, Atiu Creek Regional Park in Auckland has horse trails that meander through and are shared with
and Bay of Plenty,
yes.
Tech Park.
Yes. Yep. So admittedly, the one in Auckland is like 10 times the size of Farrett one, at 800 hectares, but still the principle is the same, that shared spaces work. We're not after money, as Julia said, just to be involved in the consultative process and to be called upon as a resource. If we are putting in infrastructure and we know that it's going to remove riding opportunities, what other alternatives are there? Is there a parallel route that maybe needs a culvert filled in or something, so that that's considered? So that way we can get people off the roads, or at least onto the roadsides safely. I considered delivering my submission on horseback. It would have been a bit of theatrics though, because I would have had to just park around the corner because it's just crazy trying to get across State Highway 1. And that'll do me, I think. Julie, you got anything else to add or questions?
Can I just add, DOC have been in touch and are thrilled to have a one-stop advocacy group and have messaged their Canterbury-wide managers and ops about the two-way conduit with respect to information in and information out. We've already submitted with respect to their disability consultation document, and believe it or not, many horse riders have some you know, sore hips and knees and whatnots that, you know, can be classed as something that prevents them from accessing things on foot or bike. Christchurch RDA in principle is supportive of this whole concept and movement. They have a meeting tomorrow night to firm that up, but effectively I am allowed to tell you that they are excited about this. Equestrian Sport New Zealand, Google them. They cover every facet of equestrian. They are thrilled and writing a letter of support. And that's huge endorsement. Touching base with Pony Club New Zealand last night. Letters of support, Herungu Nuku, apology there that they didn't present in their draft submission to the Transport Committee about horse riders. And I said, well, Jeff Holgate, can you please put it in writing so I can at least share it with local government? So he has. And that concept about, you know, like on the roads where you put your beautiful cycle pedestrian path is actually eating into the ability of others to get from A to B. The Huranui Trails Trust letter of support, stunned when I read that, you know, that what we're asking for legitimately has the support, unanimous support of all the trustees around that table, and is a document to really have a look at in terms of it's a walking and riding strategy. They've you know, taken on board the horse voice.
Julie, I'll just let you know that brings us to the end of the time. So if you've got any closing comments you'd like to make?
Whoa. No. That's it.
Right.
Thank you.
No worries. It's good to see you again, Julie, after a few years. And Corey, I appreciate the submissions from you both today. And Council will be considering yours along with all other submissions over the next few weeks, and then making final determinations in early July around where we go for our annual plans. But thanks for your advocacy for the horse riders who really do enjoy being on our roads, and we've got plenty of horse owners in Selwyn. So stepping up to bring their voice to this table is appreciated. Thank you.
Can I have a question since we're into overrun time?
Councillors, that brings us through to lunch. We'll adjourn the meeting, and our next presenter is at 1:05 and is Chris Roberts. Great. Well, kia ora koutou, and welcome back to our hearings this afternoon. Welcome Chris Roberts, our next presenter. Councillors, this is submission 1247 and on pages 156 through 162 of today's agenda. Chris, thank you for joining us, and today is a chance for you to share any information that you've got about your submission. Councillors have had that circulated to them, and there may be some new matters of emphasis that you'd like to raise with us today. We've got about 7 minutes for this conversation. There's a big stop clock on the TV on the side of the room, and there may be some questions at the end of your presentation. So I'll hand the floor over to you. I'll just to note as well, we've got 2 councillors that are online, Sophie and Nicole, and just press that right hand button on the microphone. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors, for hearing our submission. As you can see, we are the Ellesmere Archery Club based at Osborne Park in Dobson for our outdoor range. Currently, our indoor range is at Southbridge Domain there. The building was converted for archery from the original rugby club rooms in 1980. It's getting towards its use-by date, and there are other submissions and uses from Southbridge that they want to develop the domain and would like to be able to develop the car park over the next few years, and our building is sitting right in the middle of that car park. So our proposal is, go back. So our proposal is to relocate the building, which is currently on the land zoned by the council for the district park on the corner of Whedon's Road and Levi Road. So we would like to relocate that building to Osborne Park and then extend it to create an archery range. So you'll see we've proposed that the council help us there by providing the building and covering some of the costs for removal. We would then relocate it into Osborne Park. So here's the current hall and toilet block. Our proposal is to relocate it there, be able to make use of the hall and toilet facilities by obviously paying a higher charge or an annual charge to utilise those, increase the use of them. It also keeps the amount of amenities needed in the actual building down to keep that cost down to us. We propose leasing an area of land, as has been done with other sports buildings and that in the district, that we would lease an area of land probably about 2 metres external to the building to allow for raising the floor level to mitigate any flood risks to the building itself in that area. But we would fundraise and pay for the building extensions and all the construction work on that side. We feel it would be a value to the community for other uses as overflow from other sports or things like the Leaston Market, which currently, if it's hosing down with rain in the winter, they'll limit on facilities. So it would provide something for the Dobson community and surrounds, you know, as an extension to what's already being provided by the council. And as I say, cost-wise, it's a win-win for everything. The council would be needing to pay for, you know, demolish and removal of the building where it is anyway. It frees up the Southbridge site, and it also allows us to have our archery all in the one location. Archery, I guess, is an oddball sport in some respects, that it's firing arrows. So, you know, Osborne Park is fully fenced. It mitigates that safety risk, which was there when we were originally at Southbridge. We had the cricket, didn't like us shooting at the same time as they were playing cricket even though we were separated from them. The same issue would happen if we were to relocate to the new community area in Leaston. Christchurch Archery Club are going through that exact issue themselves and having to relocate. So we just feel this would be a good area, good for the community, good use of the, making more use of Osborne Park, and the committee there fully supports our submission.
Great. Chris, thank you for bringing that to our attention and raising your plans for the future of that building. I'm wondering, have you talked with our staff, or do you know if there's any other groups that are interested in the future use, or does council have plans with the future use of that, the shed that you're wanting to relocate?
Yeah, I've talked to James Richmond. I actually rang James to say that we'd thought about the shed, and James said that they'd actually had the discussions 10 minutes after our meeting finished with exactly the same thing in mind. So we're fully supported by the sport and rec side of things in the council. And also I've had discussions with I think it's the sports planning or the grounds planning staff were in that meeting as well. So yeah, that side has been, certainly is encouraged by council staff.
Thank you. Question from Malcolm.
Yeah, well done, guys. Very interesting to bring this to our attention. You mentioned that you're after the building and a bit of funding. Do you have an idea of what sort of budget funding? What sort of target have you got?
Well, our target is to have a building that eventually is 39 metres long, 12.5 metres wide. So the building is just over half of that length. But the funding we would be looking at would be basically what the council would be paying in demolition and removal costs to get rid of it from the current site. And also potentially some seed funding. As I put in our submission, we've discussed with the Dalston Residents Committee that the lights that were going to be put into Osborne Park, that was an archery club submission that was approved for, I think it was this year or next year. If we get our indoor range there, we would no longer require that lighting to be done, and everyone's happy as long as it's not detrimental to anyone else to forgo that lighting upgrade, and potentially the council provide us some seed funding from what was going to be the lighting. Obviously, we don't want, we're prepared to put in our money to build it and that side of things, put in the labour. We don't expect council to provide a free building for us to use for archery.
Thank you.
That's great.
Chris, we've got Councillor Sophie online.
Yeah, sorry, couldn't be there. I'm home with sick kids. My question is, it kind of leads on from where Sam was. I'm not aware of the time frame for removing that building. In fact, I wasn't actually aware that it was due to be removed. So I'm just wondering if the discussions you've had with staff have included a time frame, and does that fit with your needs?
Yes, sorry. So yes, that time frame, I think from James, it would probably be at least 18 months to 2 years for the removal of that building. Our time plan is 3 to 5 years to get funds raised, get everything up and running. I believe the Southbridge community would like the shorter end of that time scale for removal of the existing range at Southbridge. So we're looking in the 3 to 5 years to be able to actually commence relocation of that building and get the archery range completed, which, Paul, you'd agree that's probably the effective life of our existing range?
Yeah, indoor range is barely adequate for our purposes at the moment, and the building itself is very close to end of life, I imagine. So we can sort of carry on as we are if we have a plan going forward for 3 to 4 years maybe. But that again depends on what Southbridge want and their expectations of us vacating that building so they can start their own plans.
I guess the other thing is the limitations of the existing building. We can only have about half of our members or less actually shooting indoors at the moment.
Great. Chris and Paul, we thank you for your time today and coming and presenting that to us. And thank you for the work you've obviously previously done with staff around us trying to consider the future use of the facilities that we already have. Council will be making decisions over the next 3 or 4 weeks around our long-term plan and final concluding decisions early in July. So we'll be in touch after that.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Councillors, the next presenter today is Susan Carline Wright. Susan, kia ora. Councillors, this is submission number 671 on pages 163 through 166 of your submission booklet today. Susan, thank you for coming in to speak with us. Your submission has already been circulated to all councillors, and today's an opportunity for you to share any particular highlights out of that submission and any other new information you'd like to bring to light. We've got about 7 minutes for the conversation. There's a big stop clock on the wall beside you, and there's 2 councillors online, so I'll just hand the floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Sue Carline Wright, and I'm the Treasurer of the Kuwi Community Association.
Sue, could I just get you to pull the microphone just to face you? You just drag it. Yep.
That way.
Thank you.
We have 4 main points in our submission, which I'll talk to today. Stormwater remediation has a cost assigned in the long-term plan, but we would ask that the drainage engineering team walk around Kuwi with our committee to look at the main issues. This first photo here shows the water race on the corner of Hoskins and Courtney Road in the township. And it's been redesigned, but you can see it's got a right angle and it does overflow now during heavy rain. Hopefully there's a better solution. Now, our other issue is north of Kuwi on Courtney Road. The council has previously advised that the culvert pipe that runs under the road on the boundary of 1485 Courtney Road is adequate, but it overflows when we have more than 2 days of rain, flooding the garage of 1485, and twice water has leapt at the door sill of their house. Now, there's the culvert, and I took these photos just after we had 7.5 mils of rain. So the farmer next door keeps his water race clear, and he's used his digger to clear the culvert on both sides. But when I was with the Kuwi Community Response Team and doing flood patrols, I've seen the homeowner knee-deep in the race clearing the culvert and rather stressed due to the level of water in his garden. Of course, as a new and bigger culvert would have implications downstream, we would actually like a really detailed study done of this. Our other issue is our intersection with State Highway 73 and Courtney Road. Now that 30 Acres is operational and has a defined car park entrance, this intersection has become really busy, and turning right into Courtney Road off State Highway 73 can be hazardous, as many drivers, including tourists, do not pay attention and visibility isn't that good due to the buildings and trees. Now we've got north and south Courtney Road, we've got east-west on State Highway 73, we've now got 30 Acres and of course Tramway Road. We'd love to have a roundabout here, but we have the Dorenzi Water Race Memorial, which is concrete, and the water race itself, which sort of limits the space availability. And the 3 landowners are Kiwi Rail, the council, and Waka Kotahi, which also complicates it a bit. We're wondering if council could work with Waka Kotahi to provide right turning lanes as a minimum, as currently Waka Kotahi say there would need to be a fatality before they could take action, and we feel that this is rather unacceptable. Now, staying with the same area, as we don't have street mailboxes in Kuwi, we have over 400 PO boxes housed in Kuwi Challenges building, and we all access our mail there. There's limited parking at Challenge Kuwi, so most people park either side of the state highway, and the parking area becomes very busy at peak times, including after school. Children also walk along the footpath to access the shop. Many drivers do not stick to the 70 km limit, including trucks, and our previous request to Waka Kotahi to reduce down to 50k was denied. As they said, there were not enough houses on that stretch of State Highway 73 to warrant a reduction. We believe it's a safety issue, especially as traffic volumes have increased and the number of PO boxes has also increased along with the population of Kuwi. Could we request the council to work with Waka Kotahi to reduce the limit to 50k's? Now, our big project at the moment in Kuwi is the Anzac Lane Memorial. This project has been in the pipeline for many years, as we currently have no central record of Kuwi locals who fought and also died in the World Wars, and no gathering place for the community, especially on Anzac Day. We have a memorial seat in Anzac Lane on the council reserve next to the cemetery, and we actually fly the flag on Anzac Day itself. We're finally underway with the name plaques currently being minted, and this is our memorial here. Our funds stood at just under $12,000 via grants, donations and fundraising. However, the invoice for the cast metal plaques is just over $12,000. So we've got a loan to cover the balance. And previous estimates for construction were in the area of $35,000. We're currently getting an updated cost, but we feel it will be at least $15,000 to $20,000 higher. We have a garage sale and a quiz night planned for this year, as well as 2 pending funding grants, and more will be applied for once the final construction cost has been received. Council has advised that they would prefer their contractors be used, and the Community Board has advised us to apply for $20,000 to help towards the construction cost. However, if we use the council contractors, perhaps this can be done at cost, or the materials or labour fully or partially borne by council as a donation in kind. So many thanks for your time.
So thank you for that presentation to us, and really clear about what you're requesting of council and some actions that you'll need us to take on your behalf to work with Waka Kotahi, because some of the stuff sits outside of what we're able to determine ourselves. Councillors, do you have any particular questions of the submission? No, thank you for coming in today then, and as you heard me say before, we'll be considering this over the next month.
Great,
thanks. The next submitter is Mike Glover. Councillors, this is on page 13, this is submission 1307, and it's on pages 167 through 172 of today's agenda. Kia ora, welcome along, Mike. Thank you for your previous submission to us. The written stuff's been circulated to councillors, and today's an opportunity for you to share anything new that you'd like to raise with us, or highlight anything within that original submission. We've got about 7 minutes, and there's 2 councillors online, Nicole and Sophie. I'll hand the floor to you. Thank you.
Yep. Kia ora, thanks, Sam. Kia ora, councillors and fellow residents. Sorry, my submission got a bit chopped up by the online process, so it might be a bit hard to read, but I've got some notes attached which they're going to add to it.
Great.
My submission to the long-term plan is to do with sourcing of low nitrate drinking water for all residents of Selwyn. It was kind of weird. On Saturday, the front page of the press had exactly that issue highlighted. The situation where the council's planning to spend $5.3 million over 10 years in regards to providing lower nitrate water for its citizens is a sad indictment on freshwater management in Selwyn. Without going into how it has come to this, it's clear that a whole lot of money will have to be spent by both rural and urban Selwyn folks to mitigate the health risks caused by increasing nitrate in drinking water. I'm quickly going to talk about some of the science behind this issue and propose a short-term solution. The Ministry of Health's maximum acceptable value, or MAV, for nitrate in drinking water is 11.3 milligrams nitrogen, and is based on the assessment of the risk to young babies at this level who could develop blue baby syndrome. 5.65 milligrams per litre is the level at which the council starts testing more regularly, as it is half the Ministry of Health's MAD. In 2021, Otago University researchers released an analysis of 2 overseas studies. One involved 1.4 million Californian babies born over a 10-year period. This showed the chances of a premature birth increased by 47% when nitrates in drinking water were 5 milligrams per litre or over. In light of these findings, the College of Midwives issued a memory advisory on 27th of May 2021, advising women with drinking water at these levels to access water with lower nitrate levels. They said if drinking water exceeds 5 milligrams, pregnant women should consider accessing an alternative water source. The full advisory I've attached to my submission. Any conclusive link between nitrates in drinking water and adverse birth outcomes needs more research. And so in 2022, the Otago University researchers gained 1.2 million funding from the Health Research Council of New Zealand for a 3-year study into a possible link with nitrate and preterm birth outcomes. Much of their work will be establishing a national database of contaminants in drinking water, and in particular gathering data from the unregulated private wells of rural New Zealanders, including Selwyn people, of course. There are also significant studies that suggest links between nitrates and bowel cancer, and this is still being investigated. The Health Research Council of New Zealand has some of New Zealand's top medical minds, so this is a sign for how seriously they take the evidence of the potential health risks of nitrate in drinking water. Some of us in the lower catchment have been concerned with rising nitrate levels in our water for some years. In 2020, we held a testing session in Springton South and took 83 tests, of which 50% were 50 milligrams or over for nitrate. Similarly, in 2022, 43% of the 130 tests were at or above that threshold. Lead Otago researcher Dr. Tim Chambers came to our testing day in 2022 and gave people the opportunity to share their nitrate data to the important study that I just outlined. Of the 133 people who got their water tested that day, 130 shared their results with that study. This shows the level of concern amongst rural Selwyn folks about nitrate contamination in their water. And I'm sure that urban Selwynites would share the same concerns. Considering the council already has 6 community supplies of nitrate levels close to or above 5 milligrams per litre, I ask that the SDC sets up low nitrate water collection points immediately. Your $5.3 million feasibility study and early design work plan does not give people access to lower nitrate water during this 10-year time period. In 10 years' time, the situation, according to Environment Canterbury, will be even worse. They've said that nitrate pollution in Selwyn will peak in 2037. That's 13 years from now. Community water collection points or water filling stations, in contrast, could be set up quickly and relatively cheaply so that both urban and rural people have access to low nitrate water. Many Selwyn residents currently have no choice over what they drink unless they buy bottled water or install expensive filtering systems. If the council can at least install low nitrate water filling stations, it can be as easy as installing a tap and a sign at a park, council reserve or building. While I understand the council has no statutory responsibility to assist rural private owners, the council does have a moral responsibility. I think I've outlined that in my submission. In a sense, the Selwyn District Council does have nitrate on its breath, if I may borrow a famously pointed quip. In my submission, I talk about the Central Plains Water Scheme and how closely involved the council has been with that. Even if that scheme doesn't use its total pollution allocation, it is still well over 10 times more than the entire Selwyn community pollutes. Therefore, it is fair and logical to ask CPW to contribute to the 5.3 million you have budgeted, and I ask that the Selwyn Council investigate this. As I've said in my submission, if things get truly pear-shaped. We're looking at 100 to 322 million for infrastructure to remove nitrates, and up to $26 million a year to run it. Where will this money come from? Nobody knows, but rates and or ratepayers will surely rise up. In conclusion, the situation regarding nitrate in Selwyn's drinking water is serious and complex, involving not only health risks to all residents, but also huge financial implications for all residents. There are also big questions around fairness, equity, and responsibility. I ask that the council considers my submission seriously. Thank you.
Kia ora, Mike. Thank you for raising that with us, an important matter of health in our community. Question from Elizabeth.
Thank you. I'm just really curious because you've talked about the increase of nitrate levels in 2037. I'm really keen to know what the driving factors are based on, because my what I'm seeing is that we've got more of urban sprawl and increased industrial growth. So we're going to have less farming in 2037 most likely rather than increase. So is farming not the driving factor? Is there something else here?
Well, just going what ECAN has said, just in terms of tonnage, 4,800 tonnes per year by 2037 will be coming from farming, 152 tonnes from industrial, and 62 tonnes from community. And the reason I singled out CPW is no one's blaming anyone here, but it's just a fact. You know, that they have a resource consent for 979 tonnes. So
just
compared to the community pollution footprint, it's way over. So all I'm saying is the council has been involved in that. So they need to actually start looking, even though rural people aren't in you don't have a responsibility to provide clean water for rural people, I don't think. But morally, you do, because, you know what I'm saying?
Mike, thank you. So we're out of time to continue this conversation today, but we do have a responsibility for the drinking water of many rural people in Selwyn, and we do have some rural supplies that do supply that.
Because we've been told by ECAN that that's all on us, basically.
People on their own wells is up to them, but there are some community supplies that we do supply rural properties.
Well, I guess I'm talking about rural people on wells. That's what I'm talking about, if that wasn't clear. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you, and thanks for making the points you have this morning. We'll be considering your submission over the next 3 or 4 weeks and making final determinations in early July. Thank you.
Right.
The next presenter is Paul Monk and Matthew Walsh. This is submission 1296, and it's on pages 173 through 188 today. And Matthew Walsh is joining us online. Matthew, thanks for connecting electronically to this hearing process, and Paul for joining us here as well. Today's conversation is on squash from Squash Canterbury, and so the floor is yours. We've got about 7 minutes for the conversation.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today to support our Squash New Zealand and Squash Canterbury submission for establishment of a squash facility in Rolleston. Our primary purpose in being here today is to stress in person how committed we are to working with the Selwyn District Council on establishing multi-use squash courts in Rolleston. So firstly, let me introduce myself. I'm Paul Monk. I'm the chair of Squash Canterbury, which covers Nelson, Marlborough, West Coast and Canterbury. I have with me Shelley Drummond, who's our deputy chair. I've got Matt online, who's the Squash New Zealand facility development lead. And we're joined by 2 members from the local Rolleston Squash Facility Development Group, Alina and Valentina, sitting over the side. We won't repeat our detailed submission because we've given you that in advance, but I'd like to simply highlight 3 key points. Firstly, the benefits of squash. Squash is one of the world's healthiest sports with both physical and mental health benefits. Also, squash can be played by a very diverse mix of ages and cultural backgrounds. I'm thinking, I'm a living example of the age thing. I've been playing for 52 years and still playing. Not many sports you can do that. Squash has a strong profile, has had a strong profile in New Zealand over many years. It's locally, nationally and internationally. And this profile is only increasing. For the first time, squash will be held in the LA 28 Olympics. And the New Zealand Squash Open, which has never before been held in the South Island, will be held in Christchurch next year, and the year after in the Isaac Theatre we'll be putting the glass court on the stage. Squash courts act as key community hubs, especially for youth, and they're really well suited for a range of sports and other activities. Second point, why facilities are needed in Rolleston. We've got a Squash New Zealand National Facilities Plan that identifies courts in Selwyn, particularly Rolleston, as one of our top national priorities. Why is that? That's because, and our submission outlines the detail behind that, there's a shortage of courts due to the fast-growing population and strong demand from the local community. And you can look in our submission, we've given you some numbers around that. In our view, Rolleston is the key location as it offers proximity to the large population base and the ability for children, teenagers and others to access the courts by walking. We're already working with other clubs in the Selwyn district to encourage upgrades and increased utilisation of their existing facilities. And we have experience with the Devoy Centre in Tauranga and courts such as Richmond at the Richmond Working Men's Club. What that experience tells us, when you provide new facilities, you increase squash in the other clubs around the area. That's exactly what's happened at the Devoy Centre. They started with a membership of 200, I think they're up to 800, and all the clubs around Tauranga have had a massive growth in squash. The third point is just to stress that our proposal is we want to work with the Selwyn District Council, iwi and other partners to design and develop a multi-use squash facility in Rolleston. So our submission did provide some indicative costing so people had an idea of roughly what the costs are. They're estimates, of course, and final costs will depend on what design and what location was decided upon. Our submission is that we'd like to work with the Selwyn District Council to commit some initial funding as outlined and partner with us to design a facility that best suits the district. And note that we're only seeking capital funding. Once squash clubs are established, the operating costs are easily covered by their subscriptions and other fundings. So we wouldn't be seeking ongoing cost commitment from the Selwyn District Council. And Squash New Zealand and Squash Canterbury are committed to such a partnership, and we will ensure this is one of our top national priorities. As I said, we did a large bit of work, and I just probably add one further thing. The bit of work we did was, I don't know if you've heard of the government's Strengthen and Adapt program that came post-COVID for sports. And we were in the third wave of that. So basically Sport New Zealand and government agencies worked with sports to see how you could reinvigorate and strengthen your sport after COVID. The work we did with Sport New Zealand that showed that the critical thing for squash is to have a modern multi-purpose facility, a welcoming space and a focus on juniors and young people. And that's what we would propose for this. So thanks for your time, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Paul, and Shelley and Matthew for coming along. There's a question from Councillor Phil.
Yeah, I'm frankly trying to use my machine at the same time to get some information. So I'll have to ask. On your proposal, you talked about the Devoy Centre, and you've overlaid it in a potential site behind the Rolleston Community Centre. That's an 8-court site, correct?
Yes.
Is there another in Christchurch? What's the biggest court?
So the biggest court complex in Christchurch is the Christchurch Club, which is based at the Cashmere Working Men's Club. That was a rebuild post the earthquakes, and that's an 8-court complex.
Right, okay.
Yes.
So 8-court there, and there's lots of other sites, obviously smaller ones
Yes.
in there as well. Population of Tauranga is 131,000 versus population of Rolleston's 28,000. So obviously there's some big differences between those two there. I would suggest that maybe the Lincoln and Darfield sites where we already have a footprint in squash, it would be, why would we not just work towards developing them more as opposed to building a new site here?
Well, as I said, we're already working with some of those clubs to try to develop their facilities. I mean, you've got two issues. You've got proximity. Obviously, Lincoln's 11 kilometres away. Darfield is 30 kilometres away. You know, if we're focusing on young people, we should be focusing on trying to get facilities where they have the choice of being able to walk or bike to them. They don't have to be driven in a car. That's the first point. On Lincoln isn't suited for what makes a good club. Clubs work well when you can combine them with other activities, yes, but you need to have a club feel, not a couple of courts in a gymnasium. You could deal with the physical aspects of Lincoln if you completely rebuilt that facility, but you're still courts in a university gymnasium. I think it's the reason, and I went to Canterbury University, I think it's the reason that Canterbury University's courts failed. There were 6 courts there, including a gallery court. I don't believe any are left because there's not a club atmosphere there.
Okay, I have no more questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the clear submission to us, both written and today in person. We appreciate you coming. Over the next 3 or 4 weeks, we'll be making final decisions in early July, and we'll be back in touch after that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Mark Christenson is the next presenter. Councillors, this is submission number 1385. It's on pages 189 through 193. Mark, welcome back here. And we've got about 7 minutes for this conversation. We've got your written submission already. There's a couple of councillors online, Sophie and Nicole. The microphones are on in front of you already, so the floor's yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, councillors. So I'm here representing the Project Oversight Group for Pest-Free Banks Peninsula. Yesterday you heard from David Miller, who is the chair of the Project Management Group. Now, the Project Management Group is responsible for the operational delivery of Pest-Free Banks Peninsula. And the Project Oversight Group, of which I chair, is responsible for more of the governance, looking at issues around risk and financing and strategy and so forth. And your Councillor Glidden is a member of that Project Oversight Group. So I won't repeat anything that's in the submission. And you heard from yesterday about Pest-Free Banks Peninsula. And you might recall that both David Miller and I came and had a chat to you in December last year around the sort of expanded idea of linking Banks Peninsula to the Alps between the Selwyn district, the city, and the Waimakariri district, between the Rakaia and the Ashley Rakahura. So the planning for that is advancing. We're working through all of the strategic issues that need to be put in place around how we might deliver that, really from about 2028 through to 2050. It's a huge project. It would be one of New Zealand's largest landscape scale projects, a real significant project. And of course, it's not just around pest-free, it's also around ecological regeneration. So there's a lot of thinking about that in our submission. We just set out some of the things that we need to be doing in the next little while in terms of that planning. I wanted to pick up on a question I think that or a discussion that you might have had yesterday around the issue of whose responsibility is this biodiversity malarkey. Is it in regional council, or is it city and district councils? And what is the role of various councils? I think if you look around the country at the successful landscape scale projects, and we'll give you two examples, Wellington and Dunedin are two good examples of working at a large scale. There are two things that these successful projects initiatives have. The first is that they have a shared vision around what they're trying to achieve. So there's an understanding around what is it that we see as success. The second thing I think that the successful projects have is that there is within that vision, there is a clear sense of which players play which role. And there are the councils, if you take, for instance, Wellington. It was originally set up with the basic funding coming out of both central government and the Next Foundation. That was able to be leveraged, not just with the regional council, but also with the city council and with Porirua. And each of those players play a significant but different role, not just in financial terms, but also in working out how to work with their constituents. And Dunedin is another example. The regional council is involved there in the Dunedin city. couple of other great examples are Reconnecting Northland, where the councils, regional council and the various district councils are working together, and so is the Top of the South, an initiative called the Kotahitanga Motatao, which is Tasman, Nelson and Marlborough. So they're all working together, they play their different roles, and those roles are important because by working together, you're able to leverage a whole lot more than simply doing your own council's work. So by Selwyn and ECAN and the city and Waimakariri working together, you get 1 + 1 = 3, or 1 + 1 + 1 = 5. So that's all I wanted to say in terms of supporting the submission. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Great. Yeah, thank you for the work that you're doing and the community as well. And it was great to have your submission supporting the others that we heard yesterday. Councillors, do you have any questions for Mark Grant?
Mark, thank you for coming. I didn't ask the question yesterday, but I support the answering of it because unfortunately it's the same ratepayer who pays both ECAN and STC rates. So it's like double, from my point of view, it's double dipping in my view, because it's you're asking the same person to pay twice.
Well, from my perspective, it's the same person getting double the benefit.
Any further questions from councillors? No, Mark, we appreciate you coming in today to present that, and we'll be making decisions over the next few weeks. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next presenter is Pete Neal. Pete, thanks for coming and presenting to us today. We've got your written submissions in front of us, and now's a chance for you to be able to elaborate on any of the work that you've already sent through, or anything new that you'd like to share with us. Councillors, it's on page 194 of today's agenda. We've got 7 minutes for the conversation. There's a couple of councillors online today, and I'll hand the floor to you. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you, Sam. So, yeah, 7 minutes, so I'll fire straight into it. Kia ora, ko Peter Neal Takawingawa. I'm lucky enough to live in Arthur's Pass, which a lot of people, including most Arthur's Pass residents, regard as the jewel in the Selwyn District crown. So you may have noticed on my LTP submission I've commented on a lot of things, but I'm not really here to talk about the big ticket items. I'll leave that to others. And I'm also aware that several items in my submission relate more to operational matters in the council rather than in the councillor's decision-making role. However, it is still good to make you all aware of things in the outer areas of the Selwyn District. Others with a passion for Arthur's Pass have spoken on the water treatment plant, so we need to make it clear to the council that the current solution we have up there is only a temporary solution. And I note that money is set aside in the LTP to bring about a permanent solution by way of a membrane filter system, which will eliminate the need for the bulk of the current tank farm, which consists of 16 tanks on virtually the only piece of flat council land in Arthur's Pass. The fantastic civil defence team from the council is mentioned, and I'd like to thank the council for continuing to fund this department and for all the support that the local community response teams get from them. Heritage and archives are hugely important for the whole district, so another thanks for the support we receive with archiving things from the past, and long may this continue. Support and biodiversity to help us care for taonga species like kia are also hugely important to us in Arthur's Pass. I can't see Arthur's Pass getting totally predator-free because we're not really a sort of an island or a limited little space like Banks Peninsula, but we can still try. One big ticket item in the LTP for around the 2029-2030 years is the development of a cycle trail. It's unfortunate it can't be called Alps to Ocean, as someone stole that name a few years back, but this will be a massive draw card for the Selwyn District when it is operational. We only have to look all around the motu to see how popular multi-day cycle trails are. So I strongly urge you to keep this in the LTP budget. After the excitement of the last few days with the very visible aurora all around the world, I'd also like to see the council push ahead with the dark sky concept. In terms of efficiency, by going slightly larger scale, I'd like to see the upgrade of Arthur's Pass lighting happen at the same time as our close neighbours Castle Hill. So for this to happen, we need council support to talk to Waka Kotahi and Kiwi Rail, who are the two main light polluters in the Arthur's Pass area. A small community like ours, 30 odd people, just can't give the same push as a large operation like the council. However, all these things drop to the background a little bit and lead me to the main item in my submission that I'd like to talk about, and that's the Arthur's Pass Community Centre. So firstly, some background history. The community centre was originally owned by what is now Kiwi Rail and used as a social hall. Ownership was then passed to the local Arthur's Pass Committee, and after several years it was handed at no cost to what is now the Selwyn District Council to take over management. For the following umpteen years under STC ownership, the local community, Arthur's Pass community, undertook the bulk of the care required at no cost to the council. It was painting inside and out, roof repairs and regular painting, ceiling insulation, underfloor insulation, garden maintenance, free firewood. The power bill was even paid by the community up until a year ago. I do acknowledge, though, that in the past 7 years, the council has put money into the community centre improvements, the kitchen upgrade, double glazed joinery, wall insulation. However, one thing that nearly happened last year but was then put on hold was a replacement fireplace. There's already a new hearth and storage, so it was very close to happening, but they bought the hearth but didn't go ahead with the fireplace. The existing fireplace up there was second-hand when it was installed in the 90s. In the event of a civil defence emergency, for example, the Alpine fault blowing a gasket, the community centre will be a very important building for the local community response team. It will likely become our welfare centre. And to make that run smoothly, we will need a reliable heat source that we're also able to cook on. Not only that, but we also live in an alpine environment, which can be quite cold at times. So having something that can heat the community centre efficiently is a must-have. At the time the new fireplace was being talked about, the community offered to pay the difference to install an ultra-low emission fire, which was turned down. But I note that there is a sum in CapEx for replacement heating, but this is not until 2029, and by then the sum allocated will probably not be enough. So I urge you to pull this funding forward to the next financial year, so whatever it takes to get a new fireplace installed is put into action. I also acknowledge that this may have to include other minor changes to the building to be granted a consent to install the new fireplace. But when you make this important decision, please keep in mind that the current fireplace is way past its use-by date. And for something like this, and obviously to the last couple of submissions, this is small fry money compared to some of the other submissions you're obviously hearing. But if there's one thing that you can push in this LTP from my various things in the submission, I'd love it to be this one. So it's about thanks for letting me have a say, and many others have a say. And I'm happy to try and answer any questions you might want to fire at me.
We'll carefully lob them your way, Pete. Thank you for the submission and what you've just raised again with us. At the very beginning, you raised about the water tank farm. Could you just expand a little bit on what you see as the ultimate solution for you up there? You've sort of said this is temporary. What would you like to see as the end?
Well, there is a new system which hasn't been operated in Selwyn before. It is operational in Ashburton. District Council has one running. It's a membrane system, which is basically a whole lot of, they look like fibre optic cables, and the water goes through that filter like that. And the equipment for that would take up, our understanding is the size of a container. So, and it would eliminate the need, like I said, of probably 12 of those water tanks. And tank farms are sort of out of date. They're not an accepted part of water storage anymore. So, yeah, it is in the long-term plan to get that done. I can't remember the exact years.
Does the community have any other use for the land that they're currently on, or are you just wanting that to be back grass and a flat piece of land? Like you said, at Arthur's Pass, it's pretty alpine space.
Yep, well, it is regarded as our volleyball court. And so it does get used a lot when we have events up there, not only for volleyball, but if there's kids there, they've got a nice, safe, flat area to run around.
Councillors, any further questions for Pete? Grant.
I'd just like to understand that further. So is it a water quality issue or just an aesthetic issue that you're concerned about? Because it seems like the tank farm's doing the job. Could you just expand that for me?
Yes, the tank farm is doing its job. You may recall about 4 years ago we had a big fight over chlorine going in, and we lost that obviously because that's a central government policy anyway. But that's not so much the storage; it's more the filtration of the water that's going into the tanks. And the reason we need so much storage at the moment is because the filtration system isn't up to a good enough standard for national concerns. We believe it is up to a good enough standard without all the filters, but...
Cool, thank you. Any further questions from anyone? Pete, we appreciate you coming down today and sharing that with us. Over the next wee while, we'll be making decisions over the next month and confirming them in early July. So thank you.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you all.
The next submitter is John Berry. John, welcome along. And Bruce. Councillors, this is submission number 1480. It's on pages 202 through 205 and from the Melbourne Community Board. John, you're welcome to sit down. I mean, you can stand if you'd rather, whatever's more comfortable for you. We've got about 7 minutes for this conversation, and we thank you for the written submission that has already been circulated to councillors. So this afternoon now is an opportunity to be able to share anything new with us or highlight anything within your original submission. I'll hand the floor to you. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the submissions lodged by the Melbourne Community Board. We appreciate that our written submission has been duly acknowledged and will be considered when finalising the long-term plan. I represent the board today to emphasise the paramount importance of prioritising prudent economic decision-making that enhances community well-being, is value for money, whilst providing for a sustainable future for those in Selwyn, here today and for future generations to come. The Melbourne Community Board advocates for equitable and sustainable growth that prioritises the needs and well-being of residents in the Melbourne ward, particularly our farming and rural communities, without disregarding communities in the wider Selwyn district, which need to be factored in. Despite there being fewer numbers in the Melbourne ward, these communities are significant ratepayers with legitimate expectations for equitable amenities and services that meet their reasonable needs, understanding that travel outside the district will sometimes be necessary or by choice to enable people to provide for their well-being. The board's community engagement has highlighted a high level of discontent regarding the council's responsiveness at times to community issues, particularly in the farming and rural areas that are the mainstay of the Melbourne ward. It's crucial to recognise that the needs of these people and areas may differ from those in the more urban parts of Selwyn district. As emphasised in the submissions by individuals within Melbourne, community groups within Melbourne, and the board's submission. Council must operate efficiently. One priority is the cost-effective maintenance of reserves and other community facilities, as per the previous speaker in relation to community halls. These are amenities and assets that ratepayers in Melbourne value highly. The board supports the council exploring improvements to the current model and supports the proposal for local domain reserve coordinators as exemplified by the Go Hororata submission. Additionally, we emphasise the importance of front-footing and having a transparent process in prioritising the completion of previously allocated works and projects that have commenced. There is considerable valid community support, if not unanimous agreement, for keeping the Sheffield Community Swimming Pool and operating this for the coming season. For many, the pool is the part of the fabric of their community, and by not demolishing the pool, it provides time for further community consultation, further coming together of what may at times be a disparate community, and finding a constructive way forward. As promoting well-being of all communities is important, the council must consider working in a constructive partnership with communities in Melbourne. Road safety is of a significant concern, particularly regarding pedestrian crossings in Darfield, speed reductions around schools, and as we heard, I am sure that the council has a more humane approach than the New Zealand Transport Agency in not waiting for a death to occur before they act. The economic benefits of being proactive in preventing road injuries and deaths are immense. Access to safe drinking water, as per submission 1307, I could not say it more eloquently myself, is fundamental for the well-being of the people of Melbourne. This not only ensures public health, but also contributes to environmental sustainability and enhances quality of life. And the nitrate levels are, although not uncontested, a health risk for people who are of childbearing age. The board does not support the Sea to Alp cycleway at this point in time. It's important to prioritise initiatives that are more justifiable in terms of potential usage and economic feasibility and value to the ratepayers. As per another previous submitter, Anzac Lane is worthy of support, given the value to the community and remembering the sacrifices of those who served so that we can have the life that we live today. The board supports advancing the Melbourne Events and Aquatic Centre within the next few years and urges effective community engagement to determine the best approach and design to utilise maximum use. In conclusion, council is urged to consider all submissions seriously, which I'm sure they will, to prioritise initiatives that reflect the needs and aspirations of the Melbourne community, balanced against the needs of all of those in the Selwyn district. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard. Kia ora rawa atu.
Kia ora, John and Bruce, for presenting that to us and for the work that you do on the Melbourne Community Board for the Melbourne area. Councillors, do you have any questions of the submission?
I've got one.
Deborah.
Thank you for your presentation. Just in regards to the fact that you've said that you don't support the cycle trail from Arthur's Pass at the current time, am I to understand that you would rather see funding like that transferred across to the aquatic and the communities, proposed community centre?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I think we've got to look at the priorities.
No, thank you for your presentation, both of you today. And Council will be considering all of our submissions carefully over the next month and making final decisions early in July. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, the next presenter is Kelvin Payne. It's submission number 1273 and on page 206 of today's agenda. Kelvin, welcome along. I think you've heard me introduce all the rest of the people this afternoon around the terms of engagement with you, so I'll hand the floor over to you and the microphone's on. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors and Mayor. My name is Kelvin Payne, as you know, and I'm an elected member of the Melbourne Community Board. This is my submission to the 2024 LTP consultation process. It is my personal view as a ratepayer in the approximately 5,000 square kilometres of the rural Malvern ward of Selwyn District Council. My view is that facilities provided within our rural ward need to be local and focused to the needs of our smaller townships. I have submitted on the LTP this year because I believe Sheffield Memorial Pool should not be closed in the short term, and that the community should be allowed time to develop plans for the future of their very valued facility. I am a construction engineer with 42 years experience in the construction industry around the world. The last 17 years have been in New Zealand. I have been involved in over 20 swimming pools, both small and large, open and fully covered. I'm not, just to be clear, I'm not involved in the Parakaori facility in Christchurch. I have been involved in a number of pools in Christchurch, including the new QE2, the new Linwood and the new Hornby pools, as well as work at Jelly Park and Horswell Pool. I've attended a number of meetings regarding the Sheffield Memorial Pool, including a site visit to the pool hosted by council staff. My view of the existing asset we have in Sheffield is, number one, the changing rooms are in good condition as they have been recently rebuilt and could be a usable asset for a number of decades. Number two, the pool plant seems in a reasonable condition, both filtering and heating, which includes solar actually, which is good, and all that solar preheating and heat pumps. With some maintenance and replacement, this could possibly be made viable for more than 10 years. Number three, the pool structure currently has a leak. This could be in the tank itself or actually in the pipework. This leak needs to be found and repaired as a matter of urgency so that the pool can be filled with water over the winter period to maintain its integrity. The structural integrity of a pool is really important, just to make sure that it's full of water over downtimes. So that's really, really important. That's probably the main point of my submission, is that that's what we really need to focus some time on, is fixing that leak right now. I understand that the school in Sheffield has a need for a local pool facility and that the Darfield pool is also at capacity. The school have indicated they would be interested in contributing to the running cost of the pool in the future. The current closure cost stated is $290,000. My view is that the pool could be lined, either a membrane or a fiberglass lining, and the plant maintained for a fraction of this cost, and therefore open for the 24-25 season. This fundamentally would allow the community as a whole to provide a plan for the future, which may involve the community managing and maintaining the pool, as it has done for many years in the past. This may in fact save council money and also maintain a valuable local community asset for the future. Finally, I would like to encourage the councillors to consider opening the Sheffield Memorial Pool for at least one more season to allow the community to prove its value and support its maintenance into the future. Thank you for your time and any questions.
Kia ora, Kelvin. Thank you for presenting that to us. Councillors, do you have any questions for the submission? No, Kelvin, we appreciate you coming in and presenting that to us today. We'll be considering that submission along with the others over the coming weeks, and our final determination is in early July. So thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, councillors, the next submitter has withdrawn, and so we've got a half-hour break now until Leticia Lum comes, so we'll adjourn the meeting till 2:36.
No. I think you made comments. I have time. Yeah, no, let's keep it all.
Software, and I think that was the boy one as well.
I was actually going to watch the teacher.
It's the option here for regional.
Well, I would convene the hearing with only me sitting here, but I'll just wait for the councillors to join us. Thank you for everyone that's come and is ready to present. Well, kia ora koutou and welcome back to our hearings this afternoon on the long-term plan. We've got a number of speakers present, and thank you to all of you coming and anyone that's supporting our speakers this afternoon. The first up is Leticia Lum, and this is submission number 1337 on page 217 of today's agenda. Leticia, kia ora, and yeah, please take a seat at the end of the room. We've allowed about 7 minutes for this conversation. There's a big stop clock on the TV screen beside you. We've got a couple of councillors that are joining us online, councillors Sophie and Nicole. And if you just press the right-hand button on your microphone, then everyone will be able to hear you. So I'll pass the floor to you. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. I'm Leticia, and this is Peter, a co-chair, and I am the trust coordinator. Te ara kakariki, working with landowners, funders, ecologists, and volunteers to plant a greenway from the Canterbury foothills to Te Wahura in the sea. Last year we involved 478 volunteers, 900 Selwyn school students. We planted 44,000 plants, and we planted at 38 sites, 25 of those with private landowners. So yeah, we run a program supporting landowners to by giving them restoration plans, by giving a bit of funding and having volunteers to plant. We also run the Kids Discovery Plant Out program, which involves about 12 to 14 schools a year, and gets the students out there looking at learning about ecology and why we're planting native plants. And we've also just had 3 years of Jobs for Nature funding, which we've planted the awesome Te Paio Ahiriri along by the Little River Rail Trail and Okakariti just out at Springfield. So we're here to sort of thank you guys for the support we've had over the last 3 years. Without it, we couldn't have done a lot of this work. And with it, we have been able to build on it and reach out to some funding that possibly the council couldn't access. And what we're asking going forward is for that continued funding for the next 3 years, and possibly a bit of extra to make up for inflation and our rising costs. Peter, would you like to say anything?
No, I think as a charitable trust, we can apply to other sources of money for spending within Selwyn, but we really do need that core funding so that people like Leticia can write the grant applications and coordinate events and do that. So it's very important to our future to sustain that core funding so that we can try and attract more, to bring more biodiversity into Selwyn.
Great, thank you. There's a couple of questions. Firstly from Deborah.
Look, thank you, and I am aware of the work that you actually do throughout our community. We had an earlier submission coming in with regards to some of the earlier plantings that have happened along the Selwyn River, and some concern from some residents about who is responsible for the ongoing maintenance of those plantings. And I just wonder whether you're involved in ongoing maintenance, or if there are some issues with your planting, how are they remedied?
The normal arrangement we have with landlords, which has been, or the landowner, is that the landowner is responsible for preparing the site and for maintenance of the site. What we organise are an ecological assessment and then organise the volunteers to plant. So it goes back to the landowner as the person or people who are responsible for maintenance of that site.
Just for clarification, if it's the Selwyn River, the landowner would come under the management of Environment Canterbury.
Yeah, I guess so. Do you have specific information about what site?
Yes, it's in the Lower Selwyn around Coast Ford.
Okay. Yeah, so we've been working with ECAN about, like, not all of the plantings are ours, but also some of the plantings at ECAN's, and I know that they did get damaged quite badly by flood. This is pre-2018 when I started, but we're quite happy to, I think, follow up with the contacts that we have and just see if any of ours are causing any problems.
Thank you. Councillor Phil.
Yeah, hey, I love what you do, by the way. Just so a quick question about ongoing funding. The 56,000 is, or 56, I think it would be close to that you're asking for. Is that primarily as a mechanism that you will use to raise other funds? So it's
No, so like I sent out a report on our spending for the last year also with it, but if it hasn't been attached properly, like, I can resend it. The funding is, so it's about 40,000 we've received for the last 3 years, and it's been divided, actually I have it right here. So 11,000 of that went towards coordination, community planting days, kids discovery planting days, the Green Dot tour, and administration. 8,600 went towards ecologist work, 10,000 went towards landowner grants, and about just over 3,000 went to plants, and the rest of it was for travel.
I'll stop you there. We have that. Sorry, I misread what it said. I thought it was 40,000 per year for the last 3 years, but in fact it's 40,000 over the last 3 years.
No,
my apologies. My question.
It is 40,000.
My question went the wrong way. My apologies.
Yeah.
Thank you. And final question from Elizabeth.
Thank you. So in reference to what Deborah was talking about with the Coast Ford site, so I went and visited that group before they made their submission. And and what they raised in their submission was that the plantings have now grown to become very dense. And so it's become on the water plains, it's become a flood hazard because it's worked as a barrier and it's dammed the water. So then the water's back flowed up. So their request was to council to provide a planting policy which gave idealistic plantings and spacings and ongoing maintenance to prevent that happening. Do you guys have a planting policy yourselves? Would you welcome a planting policy, and who would you recommend draws that up?
I would imagine Andy and Denise from the biodiversity department would be the people that we have a good relationship with them, and we're happy to take on any advice for future plantings.
Great. Thank you, Leticia and Peter. Thanks for coming down and presenting that to us today.
Can I also just add, just want to say thank you to all those who have come down to our planting days and supported us that way. And yeah, thanks for listening to us.
Great, thank you. We'll be considering the submission over the next month, and we'll be back in touch early July after we confirm it all.
Awesome, thanks.
The next presenter is Heather Morton. Councillors, this is on page number 229 and is submission 1086. Heather, thank you for coming down this afternoon and presenting to us. Your written presentation has been circulated to councillors, your original submission, and today's an opportunity for you to highlight anything within that submission or bring any new information that you'd like to councillors. We've got about 7 minutes for the conversation, and the microphone in front of you is on with two councillors joining us online, Nicole and Sophie. The floor's yours. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. So my comment is on, I guess it's basically spending money. We as ratepayers don't want to see our rates going up. And so I just want to comment on the plans for the Lincoln Township. There definitely does need to be an upgrade. Unfortunately, I feel like I attended 4 meetings, and 2 of those meetings had 4 members of council staff, and they couldn't really provide the information that I was looking for to really see in detail what the plans were to know how to comment. So I think, as I've said on there, There isn't really a lot of room on Gerald Street for 2 cycle lanes, so maybe one with traffic going both ways, and that on the Lincoln side, the library side, sorry, and allowing space for maybe some cars for the quick drop off at the library, and it allows for parking on the opposite side, which is your east side. So anyway, I think that's kind of all in there. And, you know, it seems like horrendous cost of 46,000 going from 46 million, sorry, going from 21 million. And there's already been land cleared for parking, and there doesn't seem to be that much parking required as it is at the moment. So why can't those sections that have been cleared just be improved, so parking, and leave some of the trees? We've still got greenery, so we haven't got all this tar seal, which is not really environmentally friendly. Lincoln is an environmentally friendly town, supposedly. So even if you do some of the grid planting that they've got at Hallswell, and I guess it's just about being frugal all over Selwyn and reduce some of the costs. So I don't think we need all the lights that's in those plans. We can have roundabouts at both ends and one of the lights in the middle that should regulate traffic. So it's really about making things affordable and keeping our rates down, really. But if there's time, I'd like other topics that I'd like to comment on.
Yeah, please raise them.
Sorry?
Yes, please go on to any other topics. You've got 4.5 minutes.
Okay. So I'd just like to point out to you that this is a newspaper cutting of June 2023. And this is from the Dunsandel group committee meeting, and the Chlorination's top residents association on the to-do list, that they don't want it, is what they're saying. So that was in June. I was on a small committee group that back in 2022, in September, we organised a meeting because we had heard that there were whispers of chlorination coming into our water. And a lot of us didn't want it because of ill health, the reactions that people get. So we called a meeting. It was rather rushed, but in that time we got 1,000 petitions to be signed. Yeah. So that's back in 2022. And then I think you had 2 votes on council to decide whether we go ahead with it or not. And there was some changes in that second vote, and really disappointing that you spent all this money on chlorination and then tell us how much it's going to cost to remove it. I believe we probably do need an upgrade of quality of water, but there must be another means of doing it, and you need to follow through what us as residents need, not what you're being told from major government. You need to be fighting back on those, and that's what we expect from you. So there is a number of papers here, if anybody wants to look at them as a record, and it's probably not all of them, but there's at least 12 articles in 18 months. So 18 months we brought this to your attention, and now I believe that you're being flooded. Once the chlorine went into the water, you've been flooded with people with ill health problems. I have a friend who was a Plunket nurse in Christchurch, and she was telling mothers that they couldn't bathe their babies in the water after the chlorine went in. My own grandson was affected by it. So how can we say that this is actually safe, doing what you're doing? Just a reminder of the health issues that you can get. Our skin is the biggest organ in the body, so that does get affected every day we shower. So as a industrial chemical, chlorine is a neurotoxin, confuses the endocrine system, displaces iodine from the thyroid gland, reduces microbiome of the gut, and negative effect on our lungs when we're showering. So I've told you about the children in there. So, I mean, it's a great welcome to our world when babies are covered in eczema. So can you, as a council, confirm if there's any long-term studies done on our babies to prove they will not be harmed by chlorine? If not, for the health and safety, you are responsible to be removing that. And I ask that you put that on the top of the list to be looking at that, because on your page of your booklet, page 46, you know, it looks like it's probably not that difficult to me for the first 5-10 water supplies that you can be looking at doing something about that in the near future of removing chlorine. I have heard there was a suggestion of a chlorine-free tap in Lincoln. That would be supportive to a degree, but it's not enough. So it's really making decisions on logic.
Great, Heather. Thank you for the submission and bringing it to us today. We've had a number of others thinking about the taps in towns around having chlorine-free water, and nitrates has also been one of the conversations that we've received feedback on over the last few days. The decisions around water quality are made by Whatuora Health New Zealand and Taumata Arawai, the drinking water regulator. So the research that you're seeking, you're best to ask them for that, because we don't independently.
We understand that, and we're doing that. But what are you doing? We want you to do that. That's what you're paid for.
Right.
We don't want you following laws when it's actually affecting human beings, our residents.
Okay, thank you for your submission on that. Phil?
Yeah.
Sorry, Heather, if you wanted to, there's one question if Councillor Dean has for you.
Got it. I did have a question, and it was about chlorination. So one thing that we can do is outlined in that page 46 of the document that you're referring to, is we can spend the $82.6 million and look at removing chlorine, having systems available in our water supplies so water can be dechlorinated. You're supporting that, just clarifying.
Well, definitely, because that is a top priority, that you need to be putting that as a main thing that needs to be happening. But, you know, in theory, if council looked at that seriously, properly last year before you dumped it in on us, we wouldn't be needing to spend our ratepayers' money again. Because what did it cost to actually put chlorination in?
I won't, not going to go down to Mata Arawai's decisions to put chlorine in our water, but for us to have the exemptions on this structure is it starts at 82.66 million. So I'm just trying to work out you're supporting that expenditure. That's really the question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Save it on other areas that are unnecessary.
Thanks, Heather. Thank you, Phil. The next presenter is Jane West. Councillors, this is submission number 1347. It's on page 232 of today's agenda. Jane and crew, welcome along.
Yep. So we're here on behalf of the Leaston Community Committee.
Great.
So yep, my name's Jane. I'm going to get straight into it because we intend to use every second. My name's Jane West. I'm here with Mike and Charles. They'll introduce themselves. We're really just covering off the submission that the Leaston Community Committee have lodged, and we're trying to put that in a wee nutshell for you, and I'll just keep talking, but this will come up shortly. Yeah. Essentially, the submission was on big decisions 2A and 2B, and the community essentially is requesting for the council to, how do I go through here? That one? No, hang on. There we go. For the council to commit to the 19.4 million that's currently budgeted, and for those funds to be applied to a multi-use event centre at the Leaston Park location, the library and service centre to be located at the current site, the upgrade to Leaston Park, and a town centre master plan that really would bring together the whole concept and would embrace Kōrero Ahurea, which is the cultural narrative that was gifted with the name Whātaro by Tamutu Runanga. And we think that that gives us an opportunity to create a much better connection between the townships, the Runanga and Ngāti Muki Marae. So the community group really thinks that the Waihora Whātaro project, if it's completed in the manner that it's been requested, it does give effect to Kōrero Ahurea, and because it really will provide for the needs of the community and all our many guests. As part of as part of this process, the community put out a community survey that was attached to the submission. So I don't want to go through it, but it was an emphatic and resounding response as to what was appropriate to meet the needs of the Ellesmere community. So Leeston itself, it's always been a service centre. It's the hub of Ellesmere. Ellesmere's got a population of around 9,000, with Leeston about 2,500 and projected to grow. So at the moment, Ellesmere doesn't have the facilities to meet the current or future demand. It is in desperate need of the financial support from council, as has been budgeted. I'm going to pass over to Charles.
Kia ora everyone, my name is Charles. I'm a registered architect with Hatfield Architects and have done some work for the community group alongside Hamish McLaughlin of Leeston and Isaac Williams, who's a structural engineer at Powell Fenwick. Firstly, I request for a long-term master plan and spatial framework for Leeston. Over the next 10 years, Leeston is projected to experience significant growth. Recognising this growth, we emphasise an urgent need to create a comprehensive Leeston master plan and spatial framework to provide a clear long-term vision for the township. This needs to accommodate future intensification while upholding best practice design strategies like fostering community building outcomes, creating accessible and walkable pedestrian-focused neighbourhoods, and reduce the community's reliance on vehicles. The master plan should ensure that residential growth aligns with and complements the Leeston's existing township and services while managing the detrimental issues of suburban sprawl. It should shape Leeston's growth in a sustainable and inclusive manner that promotes contributions towards an improved community outcome and tangibly integrate the cultural narrative gifted by local runanga. To advocate for good outcomes as part of the submission, we have, and as a precursor to the requested master plan, we have conducted a high-level assessment of the town's urban condition. We've identified 3 key areas within the town: a sports and outdoors recreation activity area to the west, a commercial centre along High Street at the centre, and a civic and community hub to the east. Based on these findings, we hold sentiment that the dynamics of Leeston's existing town planning are of merit and should be considered when locating new buildings or apportioning LTP funding. Because of this, we suggest a wider distribution and diversification of community funding and building upgrades across the township. We propose 2 specific activities that address the Leeston Park to the west and the Civic Hub to the east. We see the future library needs to be located in the East Precinct next to the Leeston Primary School at Anderson Park. This is a main user group that requires safe pedestrian access, and as such, library functions need to be distanced from Leeston's heavy vehicle bypass when considering acoustic and safety impacts. A future multi-use centre, likely with larger and possibly louder events in the evening, should be placed next to the Leeston Park in the west, with complementary adjacencies to sporting areas and away from the residential quiet areas.
My name's Mike Lay. Just re-emphasising the fact that we're representing the community, and as part of that, we've sort of looked to try and build as many connections as we can across the community, including the various sporting clubs and what have you that use the park, and we've tried to get some sort of connection there and some sort of commitment to how they might see themselves using a multi-use facility. And so spoken to the Selwyn Sports Trust. They, I think, have made their own submission somewhere. Leeston Rugby Club have also made a submission in support. Now, that's quite a big turnaround from where things have been at in the past, which is quite a movement. We've also spoken to cricket and netball, and we've spoken to the Runanga as well. And we actually see that by building these connections and working with council a little bit closer, we can, in partnership, we can actually deliver a better outcome. So that's been part of what we've tried to do over the last, since we got together as a community group back in February, I think it was, wasn't it? So that's been a big part of it. And the key thing about that is, and the real feedback is that we want a genuine multi-use facility. And you'll see up on the board up there, we've got the sort of different clubs we've spoken to. Leeston, once again, rugby, cricket, football. We've got small ball rifle. They've made a submission as well. Selwyn Sports Trust, Roadrunners, Ellesmere Rugby, bringing more tournaments to Leaston, touch rugby modules, RSA, Lloyd, Ellesmere Netball, all keen people who would be keen to use a facility. And we've used an example of something like TITAP because we've seen the success of the TITAP Community Centre, not committing to that sort of shape, but its functionality works for that community, and we think something similar would work for our community as well, down that end of the street. So that's been a big part of it. Of course, I'm an accountant, so I've got to chuck a few numbers at it. We've listed a few of the community groups there as well, and there's lots of them. But noting that I've only got 10 seconds, I've got 10 seconds to really trump my favourite part, which is the numbers. But we've spoken to a couple of people. We've spoken to the builders of the TITAP Community Centre, who said they delivered that project for $4.6 million, which was finished in 2020. And that was a real good example of the community working in partnership. John Reid, a key facilitator there as well, and to deliver something, 4.6 million. So I spoke to the builders, and they reckon they didn't believe to build something similar now would cost twice as much money. So we've said if you apply that 19.4 million, which you've currently got budgeted in the long-term plan, you've had a facility for Leaston budgeted in your long-term plan dating back to 2031. I think the 2031 long-term plan. We think that if you allowed a sum, around about that 9 million, there would be funds left over from what's currently budgeted to look at the library. And by using a design that is more practical, possibly lower spec, but functional, we think we can slice and dice that 19.4 million to provide a result for the wider Ellesmere community that would last into the future.
Great. Thank you for the presentation. Good to hear you really well thought through the needs of the community and presented that to us clearly today, and the previous submission we've received. Phil, you had?
Yeah, I have got one. We've got one pot of money, and you're hearing today that you probably just heard the other people before you wanting money on, spend a lot of money on some other stuff. We have to prioritise. I've noticed that in your submission today, you have made no comments on our other big decision projects about the park and ride in Rolleston, about the Melbourne Rec Centre, about the Sheffield Pool. So I'm just clarifying, you're saying we should prioritise Whatato and the 2A and 2B over those other ones?
Oh, look, it's we haven't gone into depth on those other submissions, but yes, it's our turn. We've been, Leaston's been in the back burner for a while. We have a facility deficit. It is a growing town. It's the wider area, 9,000 people. We have a real facility deficit right now, and so there needs to be some prioritising. The timing of all those funds, is a little bit open, but we certainly need something now that needs to be prioritised. And yes, I do believe that if you came out to Leaston and had a look at the facilities there and then compared them with others around the wider community, absolutely, we would be asking you to prioritise.
Thank you, and I will take you up on that offer. Thank you.
Yes.
Great. Jane, Mike and Charles, thank you for presenting that to us today and the work that's gone into the submission. We'll be considering this over the next month, and obviously it's in our plans for the next 3 years because of, as you say, the need for it within the community. So we're hoping through this process we'll hear a really clear outcome around the community desire rather than the multitude of voices that we've heard around the different options that Leaston might need for Ellesmere moving forward. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Cheers.
Grant, I see you over the back. We're due to have a break, but I'm keen, if you're here and you're not waiting for anyone else to arrive, you could present now if you like, and then have afternoon tea after that. Yeah, you are presenting twice this afternoon, so I'm happy for you to wait because you're going to wait round anyway, but I just thought it seems you're here if you wanted to get on with it. Okay. So this is the Ellesmere Heritage Park submission. It's number 1355, and councillors, it's on page 257 of today's agenda. Grant, I think you heard me introduce everyone else around the time limits and things, so I'll let you crack into it.
Good as gold. So Stephen and myself are here on behalf of the Ellesmere Heritage Park Trust. It's a property. Oh, thank you, Pam. Yep, it's just dropping off some extra paperwork which I brought along, so we'll just wait for that to be done. And just gives you a better picture of what's happening over there at the Heritage Park. The old council offices, as you would have read the submission and found out those things on them. That's cool. Okay, so an update on the submission that we've put in is the Ellsbury Heritage Park Trust operates the Selwyn Heritage Centre on council property in Leeston, as you know. This is now becoming an established museum, as you can see from the photographs. The district needs to be proud of what is being achieved here. We represent all aspects of the district's history, meaning domestic, business, rural and life, basically. It's all included in this museum. We have what is required to present a professional museum to the public and the tourists. The space, the articles, we've got 9,000 articles there. That's not to be sneezed at, of all different facets of life. The space obviously has been supplied by yourselves. The knowledge, we have, our group includes knowledgeable people who understand about our history and what's required to preserve it. And we have a passion, and that passion has always been there for this. That's why this group got underway. What we haven't got is sufficient funds to do the job in acceptable time. We've been going 10, 11 years now, but if you look what was there, I haven't got a photograph of what was there before we started, but it was a big old workshop shed with a heap of holes in the floor in the middle, and fences all the way around the outside, which were overgrown into 40-foot high trees. So, and we've, if you come over, a number of you have been to the site over recent months, and have a look at the place and you see what we've been doing. This complex has already proven to be very popular to a number of groups that are keen and interested to have a look. We have had open days. Last October's AMP show saw 600 people take the opportunity to view the display that we've got. It truly can be a highlight for this district to be proud of. You can see the work that is already being done with minimal resources. Funding. The main building is not fit for purpose with temperature and moisture levels. We have consent-ready plans for the minimal strengthening that's required and the recladding of the building to make it into a museum display standards. We cannot submit these until we're fiscally ready, meaning about $1.5 million was that job. The property is council reserve, and as part of the current lease, we are paying rates, insurance on the buildings and consenting fees for the significant projects we are doing. We appreciate the funding available through the History Fund, but it is not enough to cover all of the non-history costs we encounter. We recently have needed to apply for a resource consent on the council property to allow the roof cover area of the property to be extended to allow us to move the current cottage that you are giving us from 7 Leeston Lake Road and the shed, which is this photograph there of that drum muslin shed being moved onto the site. It's an 1860s building, very historic. The insurance values on some of these buildings are extremely overvalued. The premiums from the council's insurer are now over $11,000 for the property. This has become a massive encumbrance on the Heritage Centre and needs to be revisited. The Selwyn Strategic Heritage Plan. Through the Selwyn Strategic Heritage Plan 2023-27 process, which Council has adopted, Goal 1.6 and its actions to completed stated, look into the lease arrangements for the Selwyn Heritage Centre to understand if there are options for enabling arrangements that better support the Centre's ability to attract funding for these developments. We would welcome an arranged meeting with the appropriate staff to investigate this goal. District-wide rate. We promoted the idea for a district-wide rate for funding support for the whole district's heritage and history sector in the last long-term plan. We believe that this option would generate the required funding that the heritage and history sector requires year on year, and where major projects at various parts of the district can be supported better. We understand that council can only have a certain percentage of district-wide rating. However, maybe one of the other targeted rates could have a pause for a year to allow this. Are there any questions?
Grant and Stephen, thank you for a presentation. Any questions, councillors? No, very clear on what you're asking, and thank you for the invitation to follow up on the heritage strategy at the end there as well. Did you have anything else you wanted to say?
Yeah, it seems we've got a bit of time. The thing is over there, we've got a big old shed, and you look at the photographs, you can see that we've done some temporary displays in there. As I said, on AMP Day, there was 600 people came through the place. There's hundreds more that want to have a look at there. We feel a bit embarrassed with what we've got. We appreciate what the council supplied us in the past. You've been on the committee, you know what we were at the start, and you see these photos, you see what it is now. A fair bit of passion's gone into that. We need support back this way, back our way now. We really do need that to have a meeting with us to discuss what was Nicholas Sutton put on the strategic plan, so that we can find out ways that the council might be able to help us. Ideally, if you only spend 18 million on the Leaston Community Centre, which we're all passionate about as well, and support, throw the other million at this project, and you'll see a massive professional New Zealand understood museum. Taken something that's easy to think of now. If you've been through Kaikoura, have you been to the Kaikoura Museum in the last couple of years?
Yes.
No hands up. Right. If you have, you know what we're talking about. It's dark and it's highlighting, lighting, well labelled, lovely articles that are in there. That's exactly what we want to do. We've got 9,000 plus. They're still cataloguing today. Tuesday is a work day there. And Mary, Cameron and Thelma Power are cataloguing still. eHive is wonderful. It takes years for that eHive to work. But please, at some point, that district-wide rate, a previous council worker, it was his idea, get a $20 district-wide rate. There's 28,000 properties in the council, in the district now, the rateable properties, $560,000. Each year, pay off $100,000. That leaves you 400. Use another 100,000 to pay the interest on it over 20 years, leaves you $300,000. Now, it's not enough to do this job, but over a 3 or 4 year period, it will. And it'll also pay for all the bits and pieces that the Lincoln District's Historical Society needs, and what the Glen Tunnel Museum might need, and what the Arthur's Pass History Centre might need up there. I don't know what council are going to, how they can help that place in Dockland. But you do need, we really appreciate what you've done and had this strategic plan, but let's follow it through. I'll be talking more about that at 4:30. Yeah.
Great, we'll leave it there then. Thank you for that, Grant.
Please take home that and have a look at it while you're thinking about your deliberations for the end of the month.
Thank you. They've been circulated to all councillors. That brings us to a break. Our next presenter is Pip Moore at 3:32. So we'll adjourn the meeting till then. Okay, welcome back to our hearings this afternoon. Our next presenter is Pip Moore. Pip, thank you for coming along this evening. If you want to take this afternoon, sorry, if you want to take a seat down the end of the room. Submission number 1378, councillors. It's on page 264 of today's agenda. Pip, thank you for your written presentation, written submission that's been circulated to all councillors, and coming in this afternoon is really an opportunity for you to highlight anything within that submission or bring any new information to light that you'd like to. We've got about 7 minutes. There's a big stop clock on the TV there. That doesn't include the time I'm talking, so we give you your full 7, and there may be some questions from councillors as well. So if you just press the right-hand button on the microphone, that will. We've got 2 councillors online today, Sophie and Nicole. I'll hand the floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to be heard. You will see from my submission that I am not keen on large debt. I'm not against projects or improvements. Some projects can be fantastic. It's how we fund them that is the huge issue. Debt, rather than saving first, can cost more in the long run. If we look at Wellington, years ago, councillors spent funds on improved landscaping, bought sculptures and built projects, but failed to invest in basic infrastructure. It looked good at the time, but as most of us know, Wellington's water systems are crumbling. Money was spent where and when it shouldn't have been. Ask anyone who has a boil water notice or water or sewage interruption, would you rather have that sculpture or reliable water? Reliable water wins most of the time. However, back in the day when people were loudly expounding the benefits of the projects, the fact it was likely to cripple future ratepayers with substandard services and hugely increased costs wasn't omitted. Loudest are often not the majority. Often those lobbying are loud because they don't have the majority, and the quiet and shy are not always heard. Everyone wants new stuff, but if you told them it's going to cost you X number of dollars for the next however many years, they might change their minds. But unfortunately, projects are often not broken down into these dynamics, enabling the public to easily understand the consequences, and those promoting the projects who want to see them succeed are not always keen for these implications to be clearly advertised. Several risks are taken that place every ratepayer in a more vulnerable position when debt is incurred. Interest rates are variable, and on a world economy, we could see loan payments go up and further stretch the need for additional compulsory rates rises to meet loan payments. If the council borrows the maximum now, we have nothing in reserve for a rainy day. If there's an incident that needs funding, the council's ability to appropriately help people in the future may be quite limited. Wonderful new projects also usually increase the maintenance and insurance costs ongoing forever after. As I mentioned in my submission, we all pay rates, whether it's a homeowner paying directly or a renter via their landlord. On a $670,000 property, which isn't super flash by today's standards, rates are $3,800 a year, approximately. That's $73 per week, every week. Take that out of a couple's pension payment of $760, or a single pensioner of $500, or a minimum wage. Try purchasing a new home and afford not just your mortgage, but your rates payments that are forever increasing. Low-income earners are entitled to a rebate at a maximum of $14.40 per week. That's a drop in the bucket. And on those previous figures, it would still be $58 per week, every week, out of their budget. For some, even with rebates, it's still not affordable without forsaking other things. But are we also effectively encouraging people to not invest in their homes and properties, as when they do, they'll be paying additional rates forever? Better off to spend the money on an overseas holiday than invest in the local economy and update your home and pay forever after increased rates. Those that have saved for their retirement, living in their family home bought years ago, now face the property price changing their value of their home. But this has no impact on their income. Some have had to make hard decisions. Do I cancel medical or house insurance and take a risk and not insure? Because insurance is for just in case, and rates are a certainty. Are they forced out of the comfort of their own home and forced to sell the place with all their memories because a project in a different town pushes their rates beyond affordability? How is this serving the entire community well? Even on standard wages, let alone low income, people with a special needs child trying to afford anything even simple as speech language therapy, or someone paying child support. For a wide variety of circumstances, even on regular incomes, people are struggling. How can a council justify adding large additional financial stress? By incurring large debts on non-essentials, is the council leading by good example, role modelling what people should be doing personally in their finances? One day, the huge increases will have to be reined in. We can't keep increasing rates beyond the rate of inflation. Why don't Selwyn lead the way? We don't want to become another Wellington down the track. We should lead with good financial management, serving the whole community, not just the loudest. Lead by example, not to push the limits of affordability or overextend. Please consider those who are not lobbyists or have an agenda and just want to live quiet lives, enjoying the simple things in life without financing those that want the fancy. We can't afford projects in every town. Is it fair for those in outlying areas who don't have access to these facilities to subsidise others? If we provided a much better transport system, allowing all to have access to the existing facilities, it would be more equitable than expanding the debt, increasing the rates, and some communities still not having access to new facilities. It doesn't have to be a big bus, a minibus, or a council Uber system. All operating at useful times would be helpful to the community. Please don't lock us into debt, as once a loan is incurred, there's no easy way out. Think of the whole community. Thank you.
Yeah, well timed, folk. Kia ora, thank you for your presentation. Councillors, is there anyone got any questions of that presentation? Elizabeth?
Hi, thank you. Did you have a look at some of the areas in which councils got really big costs arising? Did you come up with any particular ideas on how you'd like to see us approach and remediate some of those very large costings?
Well, a lot of them is you were looking at Leaston and at Lincoln and just some of the expenses on the projects there. We're better off to save first and then spend on the projects rather than incurring the debt now. I mean, we know we pay extra interest, and sometimes if you delay building, the cost of the interest may be less than the delay in starting, but we're also taking on the risk that we do not know what future interest rates are going to be. And the world is so interconnected, and the economies are so interconnected that someone somewhere else starting a war could have huge financial impact on ratepayers here when interest rates skyrocket.
Thank you for what you've presented, and there's a number of things that you raised that we're also trying to raise with the government at the moment around the rates rebate scheme, which is not at a high enough level and doesn't change fast enough for the rates changes that we see, and also the ability for councils to fund themselves outside of just the rate system, which is currently a constraint on us as well. So thank you for coming and presenting those effects at an individual level. So as we continue to advocate at a council level, we've got some examples of that. So we appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next submitter is Rupert Tipples. Rupert's here for two submissions. Firstly, Lincoln and Districts Historical Society, and then his own submission. Rupert, you can do those in whichever order you would like. You've got 7 minutes for each of them. Councillors, it's on page 277 of today's agenda.
And I'd just like to highlight there's a part in that submission
dealing with the RSA museum, so I will just declare my interest up front now.
Okay, thank you, Deborah. Rupert, you're welcome back into this room. You have been a really good submitter over many years in advocating for your community. So thank you for coming back this year to tell us about the things that are important to you. If you just press the right-hand button on your microphone, we've got two councillors online, Sophie and Nicole, and that way they'll be able to hear you. Yep, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, I'll cut out the initial bit I was going to do because Mel's already covered that. I represent the Historical Society from Lincoln, and we represent some 60 members. First of all, I want to congratulate and thank the council, particularly for three things. First of all, the Selwyn Strategic Heritage Plan 2023-2027. But where is it? This document. I thought it'd be part of the LTP or a resource document for that. Hardly mentioned. Secondly, for staff assistance, especially from Derek Hayes, the Strategic Open Place Lead, with our two heritage buildings, Liffey Cottage and Pioneer Hall. It's been absolutely brilliant. And thirdly, for the History Fund, the $50,000 a year annual pool, which is put aside for historical and heritage issues, which has been a great help with ongoing operational expenses. However, the fund, which lubricates much of the work of volunteers, needs to be adjusted for inflation. It's been 50,000 since it started. That was 3 years ago, and it's still 50,000. And insurance premium, for example, have leapt ahead. Further, there needs to be more transparency with that fund. Who got what and why or why not? We haven't heard anything about that. Secondly, I want to express some concerns about Lincoln Town Centre Plan, particularly 2A, 2B and 2C in our submission, which I won't recount in detail. Why? Well, because when heritage is gone, it is gone. It's irretrievable. We're concerned about proposed traffic controls and the potential damaging effects of more development on our own and other heritage properties, potentially killing off the charm of Lincoln. Then I want to address the ongoing maintenance of heritage building, our heritage building, Liffey Cottage. We have been in discussion with Derek about new fencing and a path realignment to reduce dust problems, and that we want to go ahead, and it's apparently going to cost about $10,000. And then there's the issue funded out of the History Fund of the ongoing eHive funding. Now, you probably don't know what eHive is, but it's basically a museum, library, archive database, which has been in operation in Selwyn now, I think this is its third year. And it's funded from a little grant from the History Fund. We believe that funding should really be housed in the overall library budget. It's been driven by volunteer help. All the work of inputting data is volunteers, but somebody needs to manage the funding, and have someone who knows about such things will be really useful. It's a key historical and research resource and makes Selwyn Waikirikiri holdings available worldwide through the World Wide Web. More about that in my own personal submission in a moment. And then I want to address the issue of the Burnham Regimental History Centre. Now, I'm not up to date with all the developments on this proposed military museum because things have been going on behind the scenes, committee minutes have not come out yet and so on, but I want to make a few observations. It's to focus on the role of the common soldier in the New Zealand Army, a point I can well relate to because I'm currently working on some diaries of a private who was in Egypt. That's a separate story I won't go into, but he's one of those common soldiers. It's recognised there'll be considerable operational and capital funding needed to make such a venture happen, and thus a feasibility study seems to be highly desirable to encourage central government to fund the overall, or the biggest amount of the budget. Several other issues which should be taken into consideration include: there may be a possibility of sharing the facility with a district-wide archive facility, which is becoming increasingly necessary. Storage of archives is a problem, and for example, if we had an archive facility, we would no longer need to use space at Lincoln Events Centre. Secondly, how was the funding of the RNZAF Museum at Wigram organised and how does it operate financially. There may be interesting stories there that need unpicking to find out what can be done and which is the best way of going about it. Thirdly, a vital reading appeared recently in The Listener. This is the Anzac Day issue, which had, amongst other things, an article of Taonga Tales. And one of the questions addressed was, what do we do with war memorabilia? I'm not going to try and answer the question, but it's a very valid question, and they offer a number of ideas in that particular article. Finally, about the museum, I want to focus on its role in tourism. According to Saturday's Press, this bit here, overcoming seasonality key to tourism industry growth. One of the ways in which tourism can be stimulated is by having year-round tourism. Now, such a museum would be year-round. It doesn't have to stop for seasons, and so it will be able to draw people in year-round, and hopefully that would include foreign tourists and dollars and everything else would flow into the businesses of the community. Another point that's very positive about that museum, I guess, is in Burnham or Rolleston. It's on the main transport axes, north, south, east, west, and it's a pretty good location, reasonably close to Christchurch too. So a lot of positive things going for it. I'll say a bit more about that in my own submission too. Finally, on behalf of the Society, we want to support the Lincoln Rotary proposed project, Lincoln Mill Heritage Interpretation. It's a project to identify where the mill was and what happened there. But that's my first submission on behalf of the Society.
Great, thank you, Rupert. Are there any questions councillors have of that submission? No, Rupert, thank you for that. Move on to your own personal submission.
Now, this is my personal submission. I'm a retired academic from Lincoln University who's an amateur historian. My publications include histories of Canterbury, for Canterbury fruit growing industry, grape growing and winemaking, a biography of nurseryman and landscape gardener Alfred Buxton, a genealogical and business study of my family and their family farm between 1797 and 2020, and since 2016 as a local historian of Lincoln and the surrounding area. I too wish to congratulate the Council on the encouragement given to local history and research in recent years. That shows most clearly in the historic buildings the Council helps to maintain, in the development of the township trails apps that are now functioning, and most particularly the adoption of the Selwyn Strategic Heritage Plan. It's a shame that it was not highlighted as one of the heritage foundations of the 2024-2034 LTP. It should have been, and should be. That should be a vital part of that plan. I have only one serious objection to it, the implication that heritage volunteers have to be managed by council staff. And I refer to Guiding Principle 7, page 5, and Measure 7, page 12. If it weren't for many of those volunteers, there would be no heritage to manage. These comments are demeaning and offensive to many volunteers upon which the sector depends. I particularly want to commend the maintenance work underway for Liffey Cottage. So I've already said it budgeted for some $10,000, and to draw attention to the upcoming 150th birthday of Lincoln's first library, Pioneer Hall, which will be celebrated in August with the assistance of council library staff. I want to reiterate the value of the eHive information system for cataloguing the combined holdings of all the museums in Waikirikiri Selwyn. That information is stored on the World Wide Web and then becomes available throughout the world. It's an extremely valuable research resource about Waikirikiri Selwyn for all researchers of whatever type. This type of system has changed the world of research since the 1990s. Take my own family history as an example. This iteration of it began with a comment from my 97-year-old uncle as we left England in 2017. My interest in the family was relaunched. Google Google proved most helpful, giving me resources which were not available when I'd first looked at my family's history in the 1980s. Many of those new resources were online, so I was able to plan my research for 2018 for another visit. That enabled visiting library and archive sources which were only open to personal visit. The family history progressed well and was to be finished for my uncle's 100th birthday on 2nd of July 2020, which we were booked to attend when COVID intervened. In global lockdowns, and all travel was cancelled. Email and early posting meant he had a copy in his hands on his birthday. That would not have been possible without the likes of eHive cataloguing and email and World Wide Web and so on. But it's not just for me, but anyone engaged in family history or any other research who wants to draw on the resources available for Waikirikiri Selwyn. Another example I've come across recently, following a trip to Western Australia, was the history of the large World War II submarine base at Fremantle, Secret Fleets, published in 1995. Just 15 years later, a new edition was required because so much new research material was available to the very isolated researcher in Western Australia. Via the improvements in computer and internet technologies such as eHive during that period. So all those online resources become available to all, from children to pensioners, wherever they are. So I'm very much in favour of eHive, and since most of the effort that goes into it's actually the volunteers, it's not costing the council very much at all. Finally, I want to give my opinion on the Burnham Regimental History Centre. I have 3 points. Yes, it will be expensive and dependent on external funding. But it will never happen if we do not start working on the project now. Consequently, I believe the feasibility study should go ahead. I have a personal interest. I'm editing and serialising a set of World War II diaries that I've already mentioned that I believe should be housed there. Second point, 3 projects have recently been presented as needing museum facilities: the Burnham Regimental History Centre, the Selwyn Heritage Park, and Arthur's Pass Historic Visitor Centre. While Arthur's Park is unique, it is a national park and should be funded as part of the conservation estate. Selwyn Heritage Park has a largely rural agricultural collection which is not unique in New Zealand. The Burnham RHC is unique and a centre of cultural importance, being the departure point of many South Island Anzacs after initial training for overseas. And I was reading the information provided a couple of weeks back about the proponents of this centre wanting to compare it with an equivalent centre in Albany in Western Australia. And I thought, well, I'm in Perth. Albany's not that far away. It's on the corner of Australia. Well, it was. In Australia, distance is huge, and it was 4 hours to get there and 4 hours to get back, and there's no way we were taking a whole day out of a holiday to do that. Isolation does become a problem. The other point I want to come back to is the Selwyn Strategic Heritage Plan stresses the potential importance of the tourist value of our curated heritage. In terms of location, an RHC development of Burnham or Rolleston is central to the district and closely aligned with the main arteries of communication. Leiston and Arthur's Pass are not. Further, the RHC should not have the seasonality problem of tourism featured in last Saturday's press, to which I previously referred. Thank you.
Thanks, Rupert. Well timed. We've got one question from Elizabeth.
Hi. Sorry, couldn't quite understand what you wanted to say about the Lincoln Town Centre upgrades and the effects on your existing heritage buildings in Lincoln.
Right, well, essentially, as I understand it, there are 2 things. The proposed lights at the junction of Gerald Street and James Street, which may affect the Anglican Church, which is a heritage building, the Coronation Library, and Pioneer Hall, which is just the other side of the Liffey. That's one. And the second is the development apparently is projected to go possibly right down to the banks of the Liffey. And that could seriously compromise Pioneer Hall by shading it. That's going over the current grouse car park. I've not actually been directly involved in any of those points myself, the requests of other members. Does that help?
Yeah, thank you for that. Rupert, we appreciate your time this afternoon in presenting both those submissions. Councillors will be considering all of our submissions over the next month and making final decisions early in July, and we'll be communicating back after that. So thank you for today.
Thank you.
Councillors, the next presenter is due to be Vanessa Moore, who hasn't arrived yet, so we'll slot her in when she does. Lynn Anderson is here, and this is the Arana Wildlife Trust submission. It's on page 451 and on page 311 through 314. So Lynn, welcome along. Just wait for you to get the slides and stuff set up.
Wait, did you have it? You don't have.
Did. Is that a come up?
Sweet.
Oh, yeah. Number 2. Number 2.
Kia ora, Lynn, and co-presenter. Kia ora, Kora. Thank you for your submission to us. It's been circulated to councillors, and today's an opportunity for you to highlight anything in that submission or to bring any new information to our attention. We've got about 7 minutes with a big TV stop clock on the wall, and there may be some questions after your presentation. So I hand the floor to you. Thank you.
Excellent. Kia ora, Mayor and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to submit today. I've got a very brief PowerPoint presentation to run through to further inspire you about how wonderful Arana Wildlife Park is. We're an internationally recognised zoo, the only major one in the South Island, delivering social, economic and environmental benefits to the community. 1,000 animals representing 90 different species, many critically endangered. We're a conservation powerhouse. New Zealand native species conservation is core in our hearts. We contribute to 6 key Department of Conservation recovery programs for taonga species, real conservation work in our region, such as Kakariki Karaka, breed for release, Canterbury's critically endangered parakeet. We're more than just a zoo facility. We're a habitat. Our 185 hectares of land, over 50 native species live in our grounds with habitat restoration, trapping, etc. We have some wonderful ecosystems on site supporting likes of the Canterbury spotted skink pictured, which had been thought locally extinct since the 1980s. Exotic species, you know that Arana is known for those. We're a key partner in 20 conservation breeding programs, but most importantly, many of our community cannot afford to go and see these amazing animals in the wild, let alone go and visit a zoo in the North Island of New Zealand. So it's an opportunity for our people to see and learn about these amazing species. Education and advocacy is a core focus with curriculum-linked programs for schools, and nobody leaves Arana Wildlife Park without taking on board conservation actions that they can do at home. We're a community-focused facility. We're much loved by young and old. We're a key tourist attraction, driving visitors to the region, and we significantly contribute to the LTP outcomes, especially environmental well-being. Operating a major zoo costs a lot of money. We care for our animals 24/7. We need technically skilled people and to deliver on our meaningful conservation outcomes. We are animal welfare accredited. And what does it cost? Our OPEX budget is $5 million a year. And that's cash basis, no depreciation in that to fund maintenance. Salary costs for our specialist team are 3.4 million per annum for 50 FTE. Add on animal food, veterinary care costs at 600, and that's 4 million. The other million covers everything else, utilities, insurance, the lot. There's no room to cut costs. We've raised every cent to build a Rana Wildlife Park. To date, over $25 million, including bringing the first gorillas in New Zealand to Canterbury. We'll continue to do that. Looking at our other 3 major zoos in the country, each of them receive 5 to 6 million per annum from the council towards OPEX and maintenance. Their budgets range from 8.5 million to 18 million a year, plus 3 to 13.5 million a year towards capital projects and improvements. We're asking for $1.5 million per annum towards OPEX to cover the shortfall between our income and costs. And we propose that Selwyn, Waimak and the Christchurch City Council each provide funding equivalent to $8 each year or 68 cents each month per ratepayer. We propose a staged approach. We know that there's a cost of living crisis, and so 65,000 in the first year of the LTP, building up to 190, which is the same formula of population across all councils. We put it out to the committee, and I know the majority of our submissions ended up with the Christchurch City Council, but Rolleston ratepayers, in fact, Selwyn ratepayers in general, are huge users of the park, and we know Arana is valued locally, nationally, and internationally. Would our children forgive us of tomorrow? Children of tomorrow forgive us for not acting now to secure the park's financial future. It's a much-loved community facility and conservation powerhouse. So our message today is, we know it's tough fiscal times, but we implore you to vote yes to include Arana Wildlife Park in the LTP budget at just only $8 each year per ratepayer to ensure we can continue to deliver on such incredible value to the Canterbury region into the future. Thank you. And we welcome questions.
Kia ora, Lynn, thank you for that. And sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Oh, sorry. My colleague is Nathan Hall.
Nathan, thanks, Nathan. Councillors, do you have any questions? Elizabeth?
Hi. Just wanted to know what your general community resourcing, fundraising is. Like, obviously, you've got your gate sales. Do you have sort of like gift cards? Obviously, you have a bit of a donation box. Do you have gift cards where people can like purchase it as a birthday present, you know, those kind of things? What do you have available for the public to help support this, even if it's incrementally?
Okay, as well as admission through the gate, we have a very economic cost annual membership program, which enables unlimited access for Canterbury families to visit the park, and the cost per adult of that is just over less than $2 per week for an annual pass, and it already forms a key part of our income. The park is 48 years old. We've got a lot of ageing infrastructure. We're raising funds year on year to do major maintenance work, and we continue to raise 100% of the funds for all new capital developments, including the recently completed White Rhino Conservation Centre. And so to go out and fundraise for that operational shortfall, it's to the point that it's becoming unachievable. Thank you.
Any further questions from councillors? No. Thank you, Lynn and Nathan. Appreciate you coming in today and presenting that, and thinking about how we stage an approach if we were to fund it. The thinking behind that. We'll be making decisions over the next month and then confirming them in early July, and we'll be in touch after that.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to submit today.
Vanessa Moore is the next presenter. Councillors, this is submission number 255 on page 309 of today's agenda. Vanessa, thanks for coming in to present and for your written submission to us as well. And welcome back into this room. We've got about 7 minutes for the conversation once I stop talking, so feel free to raise anything new or things that you've previously raised in your submission that you'd like to bring our attention to today. I'll hand the floor to you. Thanks.
Okay, so am I good to go? Yep.
Just pull that towards you, just point it towards you ever so slightly. We've got 2 councillors online, Nicole and Sophie.
Okay, cool. So as some of you already know, my name is Vanessa Moore. Today I'm here as president of the Melbourne Netball Centre, which has Kirwee, Darfield, Springfield, Sheffield and South Melbourne clubs under its umbrella. I'm also a time standing committee member of the Kirwee Netball Club. Melbourne Netball currently has 368 members, 79 of these being junior years 1 to 4. With the population and growth of the Darfield and wider townships, there is definitely a need for an indoor sports recreation centre that will cater for all sports and recreation. How would an indoor sports and recreation complex benefit Melbourne Netball? My submission is mainly for netball and how an indoor complex would benefit us, but I also support for all the other sports clubs in the area that would benefit from this complex, whether it be for sports training, sports competitions, health and wellbeing, general exercise, or local schools being able to utilise the facilities for many sports and recreation options that can only be run weather dependent. Currently, we use the West Melton facility for our midweek senior competition. With the short time slot that is available for us on a Tuesday night, we can accommodate for 4 senior teams only. If we had 2 indoor courts available, we could open it up to more teams, encourage more people to play, create more competitions, including mixed teams and men's teams like Rolleston offers. Currently, some competitions are hard to get into because they are at full capacity. Melbourne also take 2 teams over to Rolleston Sports Centre each Thursday to play in their competition because there are no facilities in Darfield that we can use. Ideally, we would take more teams, but this competition is already at capacity. We could run our own competition if we had the facilities. Facilities that are available but not suitable for netball currently. So Darfield High School has their gymnasium but doesn't have a netball size court and only a half size court. Darfield Recreation Centre is not suitable for playing netball due to the size. We've already tried with our junior program on this and it didn't work. So building an indoor sports and recreation complex in Darfield will benefit not only our netball centre but all our other local clubs, netball clubs. We run a junior netball program on a Monday afternoon for 10 weeks in term 2. We have 75 to 80 kids turn up every week, keen to learn netball, play netball and have fun. Currently this is run outside on our centre's netball courts. If the temperatures are too cold for the kids or it's raining, we have to cancel this event. The kids lose out, which is very disappointing as we want to encourage them to be playing sport. Saturday competition, we run 21 teams take the courts each week. We would still utilise these courts if there was an indoor complex, but the option would be there to use indoors for trainings during the week, and also if weather was bad and not safe conditions to play on a Saturday morning, we would have the option of playing indoors, which means no cancellations and everyone can still play. Health and safety is number 1 for our centre. The conditions that can delay or even stop play outdoors is frost in the morning, making it too slippery to take the court, and trainings at night, making it too dangerous to practice. Wind, as we are in a high wind zone area, the wind quite often makes it too dangerous to play. A little bit of rain doesn't hurt us, but can make the court slippery and too dangerous to play. Melbourne Netball would like to introduce walking netball as a sport in the area to cater for all ages, encourage males and females to get out and be active. I believe having an indoor complex would be appealing to more people, knowing that they can participate in netball without the elements of the weather affecting them or the game, and offering a venue close by so they don't have to travel too far. Melbourne Netball have the ability to offer training courses for umpires, coaches and players, but because we don't have indoor resources, we have to travel to Rolleston or Christchurch to attend these. Unnecessary travel if there were facilities in our area. There is a demand for indoor sports facilities in Darfield. With the growth in population in Darfield and the wider area, Currently, there are a lot of people that travel to Christchurch and Rolleston in the evenings to play indoor sports, including netball, cricket, badminton, volleyball, soccer, and many other sports. Many reasons why it should be an option in the area. Our closest indoor facilities are in Rolleston and West Melton. I understand they have reached capacity. The population is growing by the month as we watch all these housing developments take place with no infrastructure to provide for the growth. If Darfield had their own facility, it would relieve pressure on Rolleston and West Melton and be able to provide lots of options locally for the hundreds of families coming into the Melbourne district in recent years and also in the future. So just to summarise on behalf of Melbourne Netball Centre, indoor sports and recreation centre in Darfield is needed to provide for increasing population in the Darfield and wider areas. It would be well utilised by a wide range of people, a wide range of ages, and relieve pressure on other facilities. Encourage people to play sports or attend fitness options without having to travel to Christchurch or Rolleston. To stop potential loss of local clubs due to people moving to other clubs that have indoor facilities available. It needs to be a multi-sports complex, flexible facility to host all sports in the future. 2 netball-sized courts would be the minimum requirement, I believe. Location best suited, I believe, is Darfield Reserve, close to other sports already using the reserve, and create a sports hub that caters for everyone. I believe, on behalf of Melbourne Netball, that everyone in the Melbourne community would get benefit from an indoor sports and recreation complex. Thank you for listening to my submission.
Good, Vanessa, thank you for that. I was waiting for a wee cough, go to toilet, just to come at the end, but no, that was well held.
Yeah.
Question from Phil.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi, Phil.
Good. Hey, look, you obviously focused mainly on the Melbourne's event centre or the indoor event centre.
Yep.
There are a lot of other things that are in this booklet as well. We've only got one pot of money.
Yep.
Why is your project more important than the other ones?
I just think because of the community we're in, the area that's growing, and there's a lot of people that talk about, you know, having an indoor complex, and that in the Darfield, obviously Darfield is the hub with a great wider area going all the way to Arthur's Pass and, you know, close to West Melton.
Move away from sports, move into things like the park and ride for the Lincoln and for Rolleston, the Lincoln plan, master plan.
Yes.
Spending in Darfield priority over those?
I believe, just because of me being in that area, I believe that it is required because of the growth in population, and I believe that it would be well suited in Darfield. And it would be well used by everyone. I understand that, yeah, there is a lot of other resources in the area that are also required. That doesn't involve me as such, so I'm speaking on behalf of, you know, the Melbourne Netball Centre and also myself, that I believe that it would be an asset if Darfield were to get some sort of, or some complex.
Thanks, Vanessa. That's great. We appreciate your time coming here this afternoon to present it to us. We'll be considering these submissions over the next month, cool. And our final decision to confirm everything is early in July.
Cool.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
The next presenter is Nikki Rogers. It's the Hospitality New Zealand submission. We're looking at pages 315 onwards, and it's submission number 1460. Thank you for the submission that you've already given us written, and today's an opportunity for you to highlight anything in that submission you'd like to put emphasis on or bring to light any new information that you've got for us. We've got about 7 minutes for the conversation, and 2 councillors are away and have joined us online, hence the microphone that's in front of you. The time's yours. Thank you.
Great, thanks for having us here. So as you see from my submission, I'm Nikki Rogers. I'm the Regional Manager for Central South Island of Hospitality New Zealand. And with me today, I've got Jonathan Alvey, who's representative of our Selwyn region. Jono is actually on our branch executive committee, and his role is to represent this area. And Jono also has the Thirsty Acres out in Kirwee. So just a quick insight on Hospitality New Zealand. We're a member-led, not-for-profit member organisation, and we've got over 2,500 members throughout New Zealand, and around about 350 in the Christchurch and Greater Christchurch branch. There is just 2 or 3 areas in our submission we're going to highlight that is in affecting our members kind of in this area, and it could be something to consider for economic growth for the Selwyn region. And Jono's going to speak to this, so I am going to pass that over.
Great, can you help me there? Hear me there? Wonderful. Thanks for having us along. I've been drafted in to speak on behalf of hospitality operators in Selwyn. So you've got our submission. I won't go through it line by line. We're not asking for large pots of money, so it should make it a little bit easier for you. But there are a couple of key points that we did want to talk to with council, and the points that I'll focus on today are the local alcohol policy, which is, I believe, in an early stage of a review. I've had conversation with councillors about this before, and we also want to talk about the nighttime economy and short-term rental accommodation as well, which kind of fall under our remit within the hospitality industry. So I'll jump straight in. One of the key things that we want to see from council and that we're really advocating for is greater consultation with industry. So obviously we're taking the opportunity here, but we would like that to be something that's under consideration for how you can consult better with hospitality as part of, I guess, providing amenity value to a growing district. The local alcohol policy is really important to us and our members. The way the local alcohol policies work and the way that the sale and supply of alcohol is written is it focuses very much on alcohol harm and how to reduce alcohol harm in communities. What that often means is that industry is left out of the process when it comes to forming local alcohol policies. And what the legislation doesn't account for is the positive benefit of well-run hospitality businesses and the amenity value that adds to people in terms of how they enjoy their life. And in a growing district like Selwyn, where in your long-term plan, one of the things that the council has stated they want to do is to continue to be competitive in terms of how they allow people to live, work and play in the area. Getting a well-crafted local alcohol policy is really important to supporting a vibrant hospitality industry. And so we're really advocating strongly to be involved as early as possible in that process as an industry to make sure that our voice is heard before proposals are put forward by, say, health, police and other agencies that are really focused exclusively on alcohol harm. And so we're advocating for that. We don't support local alcohol policies being delegated to a council level. We think it should be a national conversation. But given that we have the system we have, we very much do advocate for greater involvement in that process as industry. And so we'll continue to put ourselves forward, and I'll continue to make myself available as a representative of hospitality in the area. The nighttime economy, it feeds on from that. So you guys will know, driving down Tennyson Street at 9 o'clock on most nights of the week, everything's shut up and well closed. And that is probably a factor of the way the market has developed from really Rolleston being a dormitory suburb to Christchurch to really where it is now, starting to grow into its own large town and soon a city. And I think, as we've talked about with the local alcohol policy, supporting strategies around a nighttime economy is part of developing a vibrant and entertaining precinct or an entertaining place for people to live, work and play. And we're really supportive of initiatives that feed into that. Obviously, the transport initiatives that are being talked about in the long-term plan are important, but also how we support greater inter-Rolleston transport, things like taxis and Ubers and bus services that allow people to get around and access hospitality businesses, access places they can enjoy their life, is something that's really important under that process. We talk in our submission about tourism infrastructure funding and short-term rental accommodation. I would draw your attention to those points, but I won't dwell on them in a large point. I guess the Selwyn tourism industry is very much in a formative stage. We do most of our funding through the economic development side through Christchurch NZ, and so there's a limited amount of funding locally. But the short-term rental accommodation piece is something we've done a lot of work on with other councils, particularly Christchurch, Queenstown, places that have large visitor economies are really grappling with how providing visitor accommodation through the likes of Airbnb and Book a Batch and other short-term rental opportunities put pressure on services but don't fund those services through commercial rates. And so Selwyn Council really has the opportunity to be ahead of the issue in thinking about that as a way to raise money and also make sure that that infrastructure is self-funding. and you only need to look to places like Christchurch CBD or Queenstown to see what a massive issue it can become if it's not considered early by council in terms of a way of dealing with it. So, but if there was one, I don't know if it's a plea or one thing that we'd very much like to see is greater consultation with industry, with hospitality industry in particular, and we certainly put ourselves forward to assist in that process in terms of making sure that all aspects of this are considered, and we're really excited about the future for the Selwyn region. Thank you.
Right, Jonathan, Nikki, thank you for the presentation. Just note earlier, Shane had already declared a conflict around the alcohol policy stuff, so just Shane, that's recorded for this conversation. Question from Elizabeth.
Hi. Is there a one-shop stop? Are you guys the one-shop stop in terms of the consultation with the council that engages all of what you've just mentioned, all the above, to bring that?
So at a national level, there are two major hospitality groups. I'm a member of both and work closely with the regional representatives of both. So perhaps I could be the one-shop stop, but really there is no operator group within Selwyn that represents hospitality as such, but it's something that we are working hard to pull together. We've been doing some work with your Economic Development unit around Taste Selwyn and trying to make sure that there is good collaboration between operators, and we're committed to pushing that harder and getting better kind of representation for you guys to engage with.
Thank you. Second question from Sophie McInnes online.
Kia ora, thank you very much for coming and speaking to us. I'm just wondering, you mentioned about economic development. Our staff have been doing a lot of work developing an economic development strategy recently. I'm just wondering, I know lots of local businesses have been taking part and others were invited to come to various workshops. Just wondering if you were aware of any of your members taking part in that process?
Yes. I believe a number of our members, and myself included, have taken part in some parts of that process, not all of it. But we're really pleased with the work that the council is doing in that space, and we feel very well supported, and we'd like to see that continue, and we understand that we have a part to play in that as well.
Thank you. And finally from Phil.
Oh, thank you. Look, hey, I appreciate what you guys are doing. You're absolutely right. The industry's there. We've seen how it works in Christchurch with things like one-way doors, one-way door records and things. So certainly with the LAP, look, you guys are going to get council's attention on that. You guys are obviously a partner of the Hospitality New Zealand and Hands. Yeah, it was really just thank you for coming in and just highlighting how important the industry is to our LAP.
Thank you.
Great.
Sorry, not a question.
Great, Jonathan and Nikki. Thank you both for being here and presenting that in person. We'll be making decisions over the next month, and then all the alcohol plan stuff will be an ongoing piece of work. So that submission will, is not the part of this process, but the other matters you've raised will be considered over the next month, and we'll be making final decisions in early July. Thank you.
And thank you for having us. Thanks.
Thank you.
The next submitter is Grant Corson. This is the Selwyn Heritage and Historical Network. It's on pages 321 through 328 and is submission number 1221. Grant, I'll just let you jump straight in. You presented it this morning, so the floor's yours.
Okay, I'd just like to remind you would have read our submission. However, the Selwyn Heritage and Historical Network represents the museums, the historical societies and the charitable trust registered historical organisations in the Selwyn district. They've been operating as a united district-wide group, working together in its present form since 2019 for the preservation of our district's history and as a recognised lobby group to you, the Selwyn District Council. I'd like to acknowledge the people of the Sierras from Prevalden and Stu Brannigan from the Ellesmere Historical Society here today, Bob Mugford from Glen Tunnel Museum, and a few others, the Regimental History Centre over here as well. The plan. After our promotions for the heritage and history at the last long-term plan, the Selwyn Heritage and Historical Network thanked the Council for producing and adopting the Selwyn Strategic Heritage Plan, which was adopted in December 2023. It is a highly researched and well-written document, and since its adoption, we have enjoyed our new working relationship with the History and Library staff, and we thank you very much for that. And Nicholas Sutton was an extremely well-researched person to produce that strategy for you. However, we wonder if some of the actions that were to be carried out through this LTP have actually been done. Some of our members are asking, has the history funding workshops been produced? Has the council website heritage content been updated? Has the youth-focused heritage activities got underway as yet? Those sorts of questions. And it has been given almost no prominence in this long-term plan, as Rupert adhered to before. So we'd like to think that you are thinking about our history, your family's history for the future. We'd like to see more evidence of an ongoing commitment to the principles set out in the plan. EHIVE documenting through the Selwyn Heritage and Historical Network Group has grown significantly due to the funding through the History Fund, and once again to the enthusiasm of one or two passionate volunteer historians. You must be grateful for that, surely. As with our submission referring to EHIVE, the future will need to see the physical assistance from council, which will allow its ongoing administration. So, as Rupert pointed out, the Selwyn Heritage and Historical Network would like to see that the Selwyn District Council library staff take over the administration of the licensing and high-level management for EHIVE, which will need attention in about 2 years' time. That's 2026. Mike Noonan, most of you may know of, is a very historical person from Dunsandel Historical Society and the Ellesmere Historical Society. Him and Adriana de Groot from Lincoln have been running this very successfully, and it's thanks to their input that a lot of your history, my history, our history is being recorded online for us forever. It'll be there. It takes a long time, but we'd like to see you support it. The Community History Fund. As costs are rising, so is the requirement for increased funding assistance to the heritage and history sector. In the past, it has been oversubscribed, and we know that some groups now are being careful not to over-apply so that they don't, so that others don't miss out. So it has been mentioned, oh, we didn't apply, we didn't want to upset, we like to see that you get your bit this year, we'll just get this amount. That sort of thing has been happening. They're also just becoming aware of some of the things that they can actually apply for. Some of them have been recited. The applications process is quite involved, let's say. I haven't done one myself, but I'm hearing from a couple of the groups that have. It takes a long time to get through the bookwork or the online thing. It needs reviewing. People who don't understand that sort of stuff, it needs to be more in layman terms, is what I'm hearing from some of our groups. The Selwyn Heritage and Historical Network also understands that there are some history groups in the district that require more annual funding than the others, and they're not upset about that. One of the historical societies might only need $1,000 this year to pay for bits and pieces. Another one probably needs $1 million, as I spoke about before. But their running costs, they've got insurance rates with their leases, etc. So their running costs are in the $20,000 region, whereas another group might only be $1,000. And they all understand each other. There's no parochialism involved. Everybody's on board with each other. So as long as the council understands that, you're not upsetting anybody. Others are not upsetting others. So. The district-wide rate, it was actually this group that first thought of maybe the idea could be done, and it would resolve all of the council's issues with regard to funding heritage and history, having that district. So the words written, during the last long-term plan, the Selwyn Heritage and Historical Network promoted the idea of a district-wide rate for funding support for all of the district's heritage and history groups. We believe that this option would generate the required funding that the heritage and history sector requires year on year, and where major projects at various parts of the district can be supported better. We understand that council can only have a certain percentage of district-wide rating. However, maybe one of those other targeted rates could have a possible pause for this for a year or so. As I mentioned in the Heritage Parks submission, there's you could have a striker rate. Even a $10 rate would give $280,000, and a lot of the major projects, especially that one at least, and the Ellesmere Heritage Centre, could get underway. Would be made a lot easier. We all know that, because we're all ratepayers, we know that you've only got so much to spread around and do things. But as a businessman, small business owner since the early 1980s, I've always had to cut my cloth to suit my income. And I'd like to think that the council could do that as well. I don't like the idea of roading's been put up to this price. The contracts that Cord are accepting, or that the council accept from Cord or other submitters, are they tested? Who is understanding of the workers that are, sometimes we'll go past a roadworks and see workers standing around. Are they actually achieving? Are we getting value for money? And as I mentioned about insurance earlier on, that we wonder also whether those costs are being quantified. So I've diversed a little bit, but it's all about operating as a business and thinking about what your income is and what your expenditure could be. So any questions?
Right, Grant, thank you for that presentation. Councillors, any questions? Elizabeth?
Hi, Grant. Do the community, this Heritage Network, do they hold annual gatherings or more regular gatherings where they get together as an entire group?
My apologies, I should have diversed a wee bit more on that. The group was formed by a few of us in 2019, as said, and it's been a fantastic thing for the history and heritage of the Selwyn district. We have meetings as and when required, and every year there's probably 6 or 7 meetings. And we have great presentations from the library and history team from council, and we really appreciate that. We're all updated with what's happening with Waikiri stories and the township trails, etc. And it's a great avenue for us. So yes, we do meet, and we've become friends as well. So, yeah.
Great. Grant, we appreciate your time today and sticking around for the 2 submissions. We'll be making decisions over the next month, and we'll get back in late July. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next presenter is Carline Wright. Submission number 1068 and is on pages 328 through 403 of today's agenda. Kia ora, Carline. Thank you for coming down today and speaking to us about your submission. The written submission's been circulated to councillors, so today's an opportunity for you to highlight anything in there that you'd like, or bring to light any new information you'd like to share with councillors. We've got about 7 minutes for the conversation. There's a big stopwatch on the TV beside you, and there's 2 councillors online, Nicole and Sophie, who may have questions later as well. The floor's yours. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for hearing me today. I'm going to talk about the significance and engagement policy, recognising and protecting the Selwyn Huts history and district-wide rates. The significance and engagement policy is a powerful document as long as you assess the significance level of a project correctly. If you get this wrong, the policy can be hugely detrimental to the process and the desired outcome. Case in point, you have assessed the Upper Selwyn Huts future occupancy strategy as medium significance, and consequently engage with us at the consult level only, possibly because you believe this was consistent with the 2019 resolution of a short-term finite term for the huts. However, this decision was based on ECAN not renewing our old wastewater resource consent, which is no longer relevant. Our significance level is high, based on community interest. Using the policy's own criteria, there's 97 homeowners, as well as their families, affected by the loss of their homes, the loss of their life savings, lack of housing alternatives, and the emotional and financial impact of having to demolish their homes at their own costs with no compensation. With TV1 and Radio New Zealand airing this story at prime time, the level of public interest is high, and community opinion seems to be unanimous on this being a significant social issue. This covers all the community interest criteria for high significance. If you had determined this issue correctly at this level, you would have had to engage with us at the involve or collaborative method of participation, where proper consultation would have taken place, alternatives to eviction identified, and solutions to the issues recommended. Pre-2019, the council involved us at the collaborative level, where members of our community helped the council identify alternative wastewater solutions and put forward recommendations. We should have been involved at this level again for our future occupancy strategy, where we could have discussed the alternatives to eviction, such as how we could future-proof our settlement from possible effects of climate change. There are other options. Eviction should only be a last resort. You have not assessed the significance level of the hut strategy correctly, and due to this, you have failed to engage with us adequately, which has angered us, created distress, loss of trust, and harboured resistance to your decisions. If you continue down this track, you will leave the community feeling dictated to and bullied. With this in mind, we suggest you reclassify our future occupancy strategy as high significance and restart a collaborative engagement with our community for the next 12 months, or as long as it takes to come up with a strategy and deed of licence all parties can agree on. Let us be part of the solution. We do not understand the urgency. You need to assess the significance accurately to ensure this does not happen again in the future. If in doubt, go higher rather than lower. Historical significance. We asked the council to list the Upper Selwyn huts on the district plan as an archaeological site for its historical significance, as defined by the Heritage New Zealand Pōhiri Taonga Act 2014 and as confirmed by Heritage New Zealand. Our history is significant and should be preserved. Buddle Finlay advised the council in March 2019 that our pre-1900 activity is relevant as an archaeological site. The Selwyn Strategic Heritage Plan 2023 to 2027 aims to identify, protect, enhance and promote Selwyn's history. We have a significant amount of information about the hut's history, and we had a recent meeting with Heritage New Zealand who advised us to reapply, and we continue to gather information about the settlement story in an attempt to protect the settlement's cultural and social history. I don't have time to go into the detail about this history today, unfortunately, except to say our history matters. I'd like to suggest that the council buy one of the huts for the purpose of a museum where we can display and protect this history. We also need to include Ngāi Tahu pre-European settlement history and how they were significantly disadvantaged after the Kemp land purchases. It's not a perfect story, but it's a story worth telling and protecting. We have many day trippers that go down to the lake who would be interested in learning about the area's history, current projects and challenges. We are part of the story and we want to share it. Environmental science states the worst thing you can do is disconnect the people from an area, because if you do, then no one will be left to advocate for it. Help us protect and continue to tell the story of Upper Selwyn huts for generations to come. We request that the council schedule the huts as heritage items on the district plan. It's not just our history, it's Selwyn's history. As Sam's statement on the long-term plan states, we're focused on looking after what we already have. Include Upper Selwyn huts on the district-wide rates for water and sewer for the following reasons. The council's Towards 25 long-term plan document states, where residents across the district receive a similar level of service for key infrastructure, the costs to residents should also be consistent. We will be on the same sewer scheme as other district-wide rate payers. We should be paying the same as them. This document also specifically lists us on the table showing district-wide rates for water. This is a clear intention to include us on all district-wide rates. This is supported by your own legal advice from Buddle Finlay, March 2019. The effect on the ratepayers will now be minimal as they are already contributing 70%. We are only talking 4% of the total project cost. We are already on the district-wide rates for reserves. Why should we be on this rate for one thing, but not others? Douglas Marshall from the council, upon his departure, recommended that we are put on district-wide rates. We are the only collective sewer scheme that are not on this rate in all of Selwyn. It would mean less administration costs to the council, as you would no longer have to set a licence fee each year and field objections from us to any increases. That is at least 7 good reasons for Upper Selwyn huts to be on district-wide rates, yet we have never been given one adequate reason why we shouldn't be on them. We are tired of feeling like second-class citizens of the Selwyn district, and we feel we are being discriminated against. We'd like to be treated the same as every other ratepayer in Selwyn, including those on the same sewer scheme. So in summary, reclassify our significance as high, collaborate with us, allow us to be part of the solution, help us protect and share our history, and treat all ratepayers equally by putting us on district-wide rates. Thank you.
Kia ora, Carline. Well made submission, and some of the points that you've raised will be part of this long-term plan discussion, and some will be part of the process around the Upper Selwyn huts and the feedback on the deed of licence. So we appreciate you presenting to us today in person. Councillors, do you have any questions of the submission? Deborah.
Thank you. Look, reading your submission, I note that you have actually submitted the LTP proposal when it came to district-wide rating discussion.
Yes.
And the proposed district-wide rate for urban water compared to existing targeted rates, right? I note that Upper Selwyn Huts water supply was included in that, right? That's the proposed plan that you've put forward. So Upper Selwyn Huts water supply for operational, which is OPEX, was included in there. But when we go to the existing targeted rates for OPEX, there's no mention in there of the Upper Selwyn Huts sewage supply. So I just wondered whether you realised that there was a difference between a capital upgrade costs versus an operational costs.
I'm not entirely sure what you're referring to in relation to my submission. Is that what you're talking about, or are you talking about?
Well, I'm presuming that when I'm looking at your submission, there's an attachment, and it is the message from our previous mayor, and it's towards 2025 long-term plan 2015 to 2025 consultation document.
Oh yeah, so that was including us on the operational costs of district-wide rates. Is that correct?
Yes, for water. Yes.
Yeah. So I'm suggesting that we should be on both operational as well as capital costs.
Okay. That's for the operational costs.
Well, district-wide rates for both.
For both water and
Okay.
wastewater
Thank you.
is the proposal that you've put forward today. Thanks, Carolee. Great, that brings us to the end of the time for your presentation.
Thank you.
We appreciate you being here in person and
Just gonna
presenting
pack
that.
up. Would you like to keep the submission?
Yes, please. And Tim will grab it
Thank
from
you,
you.
Tim.
Thanks. The next presenter is Dave Page.
Thank you.
Kia ora, Dave. Welcome along to the hearing today. Thank you for coming in person and for the written submission you've already given us. Today is an opportunity for you to highlight anything in that original submission. You don't need to go through it line by line. It's been seen by councillors, or highlight anything new that you'd like to raise with us today. We've got about 7 minutes for the conversation. There's a screen on the wall there if you want to self-manage. Otherwise, I'll let you know when time's up. The floor's yours.
Okay, thank you. Kia ora, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to discuss my feedback. This feedback covers Lincoln investment, transport and financials along two key themes. We need to stop spending so much on new and fix the stuff we already have. Lincoln. I'm concerned at the ongoing deferral and underinvestment in Lincoln, despite you allowing developers to create even more congestion and risk on already failing infrastructure. Firstly, though, growth is hugely understated for Lincoln in the documentation, and I'm concerned about that. In Gerald Street, that's been deferred since 2016. Springs Road around Lincoln, consultant concerns were raised to you in 2021, and I can't see any funds being budgeted in the long-term plan. The PC 69 Commissioner said that safety concerns have been addressed. I can't see those. I read some social media that you intend to block Lincoln traffic from using Springs and Hallsville roundabout route, increasing journey time for people to get to the city. If this is true, when will the community be informed of this? The LEC Earthquake Code Strengthening Assessment is not till 26-27 and no remediation appears to be budgeted, despite us being told that the council is prepared for an alpine fault event. Please stop building more new stuff when what we already have needs the investment and renewal. In Lincoln's case, considering the Maya Road and Park ahead of giving us a current code safe disaster evacuation building is not right. We also need safe core access roads, including Gerald and Springs adjacent to Lincoln. The Canterbury Regional Policy Statement states that for the strategic land transport network, you should avoid development which adversely affects the safe, efficient and effective functioning of this network. Regrettably, with this history, my conclusion is that you aren't listening to Lincoln. In accordance with your risk register and the infrastructure strategy, which highlights a significant risk that council doesn't listen to staff or the community, we expect this risk in relation to our core roads to be addressed within the LTP as the state of mitigation requires. 2, transport. Only 50% of transport assets are above adequate asset condition, whereas 76% of council facilities are. When you have a look at the transport capital spend, you've slashed the level of service budgets and roading in favour of increasing spending on new roading growth. Without the detail, it's hard for me to check, but it looks like a lot of renewals are being deferred till beyond the LTP period also. This total road spend approach, if confirmed, is not satisfactory, as will likely lead to reduced road conditions, increased safety issues and reduced desirability to live in Selwyn. This will counter any other good work council does from your legacy perspective. Regrettably, examples such as the Arthur's Pass cycleway, which may be good for tourism, needs to be delayed and the funds spent on the emerging critical water and roads issues for the benefit of community safety and well-being. And finally, on transport, I'm disappointed in the underlying culture of council when it comes to our safety, judging by the tone of your annual report statement. It states that the target to reduce accidents and fatalities wasn't met, but this is a satisfactory result given growth. Pretty shocked by that statement. 3, financials. I don't believe Selwyn has the scale to afford both the massive greenfield subdivision developments with a subsequent asset burden and the broad level of assets and services that you plan to deliver. I do not support the financial plan taking on so much debt and putting so much risk on ratepayers. It seems that the financial plan has been fitted to the high-level activity you plan versus identifying prioritised needs and budgeting accordingly. I haven't seen any published internal austerity measures to offset costs, which other councils are doing. It's not clear to me how your financial model works to achieve all you want to achieve. With all of the projects that you have, that will drive more debt to cover the list, which means a higher reliance on growth for the developer contributions to pay off debt and pay for more assets, both of which then depreciate, which increases operational expense. But in the annual report, it says that you're not fully depreciating assets to be able to spend on other things. So that could well mean you aren't putting sufficient funds aside for renewals, so you either need to get more loans or more contributions to do this, creating more financial risk, or defer expenditure and reduce service levels in the meantime, which creates safety risk for us. Given the current economy, it's likely the developer funding will be slower due to the recession. So how will the increased loan repayments be covered? More loans, bringing forward your planned asset sales and insurance coverage reviews, or another call on rates to underwrite this, but you've promised minimal rates increases. Concerningly, this seems a downward cycle for me, and I believe that Selwyn is at a crossroads. Council can take us down the path of other big councils and spend across a broad palette of assets and services and burden us with eye-watering debt. I calculate that every child, every adult needs to underwrite the maximum debt to around $6,300 per person, only $550 less than Auckland. But the Selwyn median earnings are only 77% of Auckland's, so the impact is actually more severe in the case of a default by council. Even with recent changes in the proposed debt, it's still a bit under $6,000 per person. With this path, council chooses to be responsible for the legacy of huge debt like Hamilton, Tauranga, Wellington and Auckland. When you look at recent media, councils with high debt percentage typically have very low approval ratings. We need to learn from these councils and not follow them down that path. An alternative would be to reset the way you decide what work to do. I assume today, with the approximate number of 900 projects on the list, that will create a need for individual advocacy by a staff or a councillor to get a project through based on the strength of a squeaky community wheel. And in fact, that's why we've received feedback that's why Lincoln misses out. Our bad, but we've trusted that work on a list would get done. So I think the community should be made aware of the financial situation and provide their input into what projects matter, knowing these will be prioritised using an open set of key criteria and that there are stark, hard choices to be made. Levels of service across all assets and services would need to be established to provide a logic to prioritise assets and to achieve a balance of infrastructure and services. Costs to achieve this are determined and trade-offs would need to be arrived at to get satisfactory levels of service across the assets and services and across all of the communities in the district and at satisfactory cost. An appropriate debt level can then be determined and potentially reduced with any additional government funding that might come along. A disciplined project reporting and management system would be needed to track performance against plan for council governance and public reporting. And finally, like insurance, councils only work because the community agrees in a cooperative funding model, their premiums or rates benefiting the wider good and themselves from time to time when needed. As councillors would have heard at the 2 Lincoln sessions, there are cracks forming in this approach, and I'm quite concerned about the future. Thank you.
Kia ora, Dave. Very clear presentation to us today, and thank you for the way that you presented that. Councillors, do you have any questions? Grant.
First of all, Dave, outstanding submission. Actually, one of the highest quality ones I've experienced in my whole time I've been on the council, so thank you for taking the time to do that. I guess one of the things you raised was governance by consent almost, I think was the term that you were getting at.
Yeah, I have, my background is in strategy and I've run prioritisation sessions in the past. They're one of the hardest things you can ever do because you're trying to get everyone to agree on a certain criteria. But my view is that that's an essential part of what's going on. I've been listening into some of the calls today and you have an unenviable task of trying to get to satisfy everybody, which you'll never do. And I just think that the council's at a crossroads where there's an opportunity to actually prioritise based on some criteria. I mean, it might be that, I'm just making it up for argument's sake, that every township will have an earthquake-proof centre. There'll only be regional pools, something like that. There'll be a whole series of criteria that you would make, and that the public could then submit against it, and no one's going to be happy, but at least you've got a logic to say these are the things that we're going to do. And then that makes governance a lot easier for you to make sure that we don't come down and complain about value for money because it's very plain what's going on. I mean, it's not very good that the Gerald Street Town Centre has been put off 8 years. And in the LTP document last year, it was mentioned twice and it was at the top of the list. It still hasn't happened.
Another question from Elizabeth.
Yeah, on that Gerald Street, we've had numerous submissions and people giving some really good ideas. So we've had sort of portionate where people have said, well, don't do the complete changes, just do partial changes as and don't get rid of all the angled car parks and wrap up all the town street frontage and all the rest of it. Do you have a preference for the way we spend on Gerald Street? Do you feel how we should go about its council and working with the community to engage? Because you're saying it's hard to get everyone to collaborate on the same agreement. What do you feel we should do as governors to make sure that we spend the right amount and that we are fitting what is in a tight economic time, that we're making really good frugal decisions but making something that's productive long term?
My view, consistent with the campaign that I've been discussing with council for 3 years now on the safety of Springs Road, would be that you would look at the things that would deliver safety for people. I mean, it is risky. People don't follow the speed limit. And so I think for cyclists, pedestrians and road users, that would be where I'd be putting my money, is how do I make this safe and championing that around the community and around the district, that this really is something that we're focused on. Just a quick thing is the reality is that most people drive to work still, and it gets very frustrating if you have poor condition roads.
Great. Thank you for that, Dave, and we appreciate you coming in this evening to present that to us. We'll be making decisions over the next 4 or 5 weeks and concluding that in early July.
Thank you.
If you've got a copy of anything you'd like to leave with us,
I'll get Pam's email and fix that up.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Our final presenters today is John and Ian. It's the Environment Canterbury submission, number 1449 on page 427 of today's agenda. Ian and John, thank you for coming along today.
Thank you very much.
appreciate the opportunity to speak to your long-term plan, and having been through a week of hearing submissions ourselves on ours a week or so ago, we know how excited you all are in this process. It is democracy at its finest, and the opportunity for the communities to have their say. I will, as you say, take our submission to you as read, and just briefly speak to a few points. One in particular on transport. We genuinely do support your initiatives around park and ride, and hope that between us we can see a genuine uplift in transport, both out of Rolleston, but Darfield, Lincoln, and the wider Selwyn community. So absolutely supportive of what you're trying to put in place in that area. And I guess in our own conversations, not that we've had any, Rolleston and transport is a live conversation, and how things could potentially be reprioritised. Obviously, no decisions, we haven't deliberated, but just to note that your submissions on our plan and ours on yours, we are talking the same place. I guess the big risk that sits in there is government funding, and what will ultimately come out of that, and what we can achieve for the greater good. But we also note your wish, if government funding isn't there, to fund some of it yourself, as if there is that opportunity. So I think we're very well aligned on transport, and funding is probably the biggest challenge. Also note in civil defence, and your leader of civil defence, I ran into him at the service station, and he was really appreciative of our note of the role that your civil defence teams play. And it's a genuine thank you to you guys and the teams that you have in place. The size of Selwyn, the ability to have really good staff, and the way in which you engage and manage, not just within Selwyn and Canterbury, but I guess across the hill and into other places, is genuinely appreciated. And I guess a wee note from me is, as we continue to think about the review of civil defence within Canterbury, contemplate the reports that have come out of Gabrielle and the risk associated that, I would again appreciate, as a council, Mayor Sam, Chief Executive, how we continue to advocate for the uplift that I think we all know and need, given the potential risks that come along. So yeah, thank you particularly to the Selwyn team for their active role within civil defence. We really do appreciate it. On matters of the environment, again, appreciate the uplift and the work that you are doing through Selwyn, with the challenges that you face, that we face. And I guess one of those things that pops to my mind is the ELI judicial review of our consent down in Ashburton. And so I would assume everyone's aware it's not just relating to an irrigation consent for an irrigation scheme. It really does bring into question your ability to discharge within the Pines or Lincoln or wherever or whatever, and a whole bunch of things where cumulative effects come. So our challenge, or enjoining the challenge back to the courts on that decision, is not, in my mind, about agriculture. It's about the impacts, not just across Selwyn or the South Island, but New Zealand wide, in any space where we have what we effectively call a red zone for either losses of nutrients or whatever, creating real challenges for consents to be issued for any manner of things, and significant consents, as I say, the likes of Pines. How do we, the Akaroa, it's not in your patch, but think about those things that are coming along. So again, appreciate, and I know we have tensions and challenges as wherever we go in bits and pieces, but increasingly we note those challenges that are coming at us from judicial reviews and environmental outfits and the like that are coming along. Another point, again, on your river management, and we note your submission on that, and that does sit within our long-term plan and the conversation. So hopefully in the first year, Ian will have done enough to get us across the line for the trial. We would all like more money and faster and better, but I think if we can make that work, we will be able to expand within Selwyn. If we go across the Waimakariri district are really keen to do similar things in the Ashley, and some of the good folk further south are keen in that place. So as a way forward, we hope that will come through, and we will be able to expand it into a catchment or a district-wide space. So again, thank you for that support and that conversation, and please continue with those conversations. And then I guess just to sort of sign off, your role within GCP and some of those Canterbury forums and Merrill forums and regional transport committees, not just your role, Mayor Sam, but the councillors that sit around this table that sit in those fora and provide advice, and equally the staff that sit in those places. Again, I sort of come and think, outside of Christchurch and maybe Waimakariri, Selwyn is now a powerhouse. You have really good staff, you have opportunity, you have a more global view of the world than just because of your size and where you're situated. So we really do appreciate the roles that you take in those spaces, the guidance and advice along the way. So that's me. Anything from you, Ian? So any questions?
Right, John, I appreciate the partnership approach to thinking about caring for our people and the work that you guys do as well. And that was part of our submission to you last week. And thank you for coming here today to present your priorities for us to deliver on our side. Question from Deborah and then Elizabeth.
Okay. I'll break my question down into two. The first one is, we've had a number of submitters come along with regards to requests that really come under the umbrella organisation of Environment Canterbury, that is water, biological and pest management. And so some of them have made submissions to you, some of them have come directly to us. And we don't know what your rate rises are going to be currently, but there's only so much that you can take from ratepayers before the camel's back actually snaps. So just really conscious of the fact of, pressure that we're on as a council to pick up what we term projects that you should be the lead agency and you should be funding. It's more of a statement, but I want to know, how are we going to cross this divide with regards to responsibility? That's one question. Sorry.
I'll have a first crack at that
Okay.
first. So I guess if we go back to the statutory responsibilities, our roles sit within water and those near environments. And if we look at the Selwyn River, it's the river and its bed, and then outside of the bed, the terrestrial stuff becomes yours. So there are some clear lines that go, if you want to go down that statutory space. But outside of that, the responsibilities for water does sit with us. And if we talk terrestrial biodiversity and some of those challenges, they sit with you. But there is that whole grey area. You can't just look at a stream and say, well, we will do this and you will do that. We do need a collaborative and collective space. But I would say to you, as we have said to submitters coming to our table, thank you very much for your submission, but this is a Christchurch City or a Selwyn District issue. We hope that you are submitting and talking to them as well. So we as organisations need to be having that conversation.
It's just that you collect a rate for pest management. We don't collect a rate for pest management.
Thanks, Deborah. And
hang on, just briefly, the other one, I guess, is the Lyndhurst decision and the cumulative effect issue. With regards to the nutrient loading on our environment, there are national limits or limits in your plan that are expected to be adhered to. And nitrate nitrogen is a non-point source. We're all actually involved in it's a cumulative issue, but there has to be the cut-off point, A, in your plans, and B, with regards to
Deborah,
the
sorry, we're not actually having a hearing on their plan. This is a hearing on our plan, Deborah. So if you just keep your questions to Deborah, excuse me.
Okay, fine.
This is not a
I'll
hearing
give
on
you
their
a very
plan.
brief answer to that, and I'll say Councillor Mackenzie having to turn his pacemaker up or down, whichever way it may be. Yep, we're absolutely aware of those cumulative effects, and in that case, we can look at the Hapua of the Ashburton River, and we do sit within the guidelines and the national guidelines. So there's a whole bunch of stuff floating around, and excitement, and those that would wish to do that, and those that want to do that. We are absolutely aware of those cumulative effects. Yep.
Okay, thank you. If there's further questions that councillors have of work that ECAN is doing, then I'd please ask you to have that after the hearings, because what we're doing at the moment is ECAN's view of what our work program is, and then our response to that. So I'll come to Elizabeth. I'll come back to you, Ian, at the end. Elizabeth, first of all.
You might be able to answer on that back of my question, Ian. So my question is the reference that you made, human effluent consent soon expire, property subdividing. Are you addressing something that we've currently got at risk of subdivisions happening that you're concerned about potentially in an area that are close proximity to where our human effluent is going?
I wouldn't be able to say specifically. I am talking about the effects or the fallouts from the Lyndhurst decision of what things might look like, and some of the rules that sit within the NPSFM. So rolling back of some of the NPSFM will provide some advantage, but there's a great big question mark sitting around the Lyndhurst decision as to what cumulative effects might look like and how they may be applied.
So what I was going to say before, and I think it follows on from John's answer, is that the appeal to the Ashburton-Lyndhurst decision and central government's response to how they may deem it necessary to change section 107 of the RMA is something that you as a council need to watch, because it could welcome whatever decisions are made by central government or by the appeal process could well affect your consents for storm water or other discharges to ground or to water if it is deemed that might be having an effect on, in the case of the Ashburton-Lyndhurst decision, aquatic life somewhere downstream. And I guess the Kerwee thing, septic tanks in Kerwee, may be a case in point where consenting becomes difficult for the regional council until the government changes the rules.
Thanks for the clarity to that answer, and obviously there's a whole lot of detail and outcomes there that will need to be site specific for us in our community as we move forward as well. Ian and John, we appreciate you coming in this evening and presenting that to us in person. Councillors, that brings us to the end of today's hearing. We'll adjourn the meeting until 1 p.m. tomorrow, and in between then and now we have some council committee meetings starting tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, so I'll see you all then.
Well done, John.
G'day, John. I know nothing. I took advice.
Thanks, Ian, for asking my question, because basically, I know the fact that